Good morning. This meeting will come to order. This is a public meeting of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. I'd like to welcome members of the public and market participants, as well as those on the phone or watching our webcast. I'd also like to welcome my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Quintens, Commissioner Benham, Commissioner STUMP, and Commissioner BERKOVITZ. As always, we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll lead, and anyone is welcome to join. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, today, we'll be discussing and voting on three important final rules during today's open meeting. For each final rule, we'll hear a staff presentation before the Commission deliberates and votes. First, we'll have staff presentations and deliberations relating to a final rule to extend the margin requirements for uncleared swaps for certain swap dealers and major swap participants. Second, we'll consider a final rule providing registration exemptions for certain foreign intermediaries. And last, we'll consider a final rule on speculative position limits for derivatives. Deliberations on this rule will occupy most of our time today. We'll have a staff presentation followed by 2 rounds of commissioner questions and remarks. We'll now move to opening statements. I'll go first, followed by my fellow commissioners in order of seniority. And commissioners are free to reserve their time to make a longer closing statement if they wish. So I'll begin my opening statement, and in my opening statement, I will use some of the time that I had been allotted for my closing statement. I'll give a very short closing statement. Well, first of all, I'm pleased to support all of today's final rules, but there is one final rule that I'm very proud, in particular, to bring to a vote today, and that is the final rule on speculative position limits. Like all my fellow commissioners and so many who have held these seats before us, I promised during my confirmation hearing that I'd work to finalize this rule. But to the Senate Ag Committee, to the market participants who rely on our futures markets, and to the American people, I'm proud to say, promise made, promise kept. Today we're removing uncertainty that has hung over the agency's derivatives markets for a decade. And an uncertainty that has impacted market participants, particularly the Americans that need these markets to hedge their risk inherent in their businesses. Before we begin, I want to give a heartfelt thanks to all the staff who worked tirelessly on this rule. Position limits has been an incredibly arduous task for all the staff involved, and this has been a team effort throughout. One of the agency's 4 core values is teamwork, and nothing signifies that teamwork more than position limits. And later I'll go through the list of people, but there are no fewer than 26 staff members that played a material role in the position limits rule, and there are dozens more, including the commissioners and their office staffs, that have made today possible. Ralph Waldo Emerson is quoted as saying, "Life is a journey, not a destination." Well, lucky for Ralph, his journey didn't involve position limits. This rule has been one of the most difficult journeys this agency has ever taken. The Commission has issued 5 proposals over the past 10 years. The first was adopted in 2011, but then vacated by the District Court before it took effect. A proposal in 2013 and 2 more in 2016 were never finalized. All told, these 4 proposals received thousands of comments from the public, the vast majority of which objected to these proposals, and for good reason. Much ink was spilled and many trees were felled over these proposals. Finally, the Commission issued its 5th proposal in January of this year, and today we'll finalize that rule. But today's rule isn't a complete rejection of prior attempts. Instead, it builds on the good from those proposals while recognizing and fixing their shortcomings. And don't get me wrong, any position limits rule involves a balancing act, and as that famous saying goes, you can please some of the people all the time, and all the people some of the time. But as certainly is the case with position limits, you simply can't please all the people all the time. And that's especially true given the three things we're tasked with balancing. The Commission has to balance, number one, whether position limits on a particular contract are more helpful than harmful. Two, whose position should be subject to the limits and whose shouldn't be. And three, what limits are at a level high enough that allow liquid markets, but at the same time, not excessive speculation. Prior position limits proposals ultimately failed because they were unable to strike the correct balance on these 3 points. First, prior proposals were based on a plausible but ultimately unsupportable statutory interpretation, the so-called mandate. The mandate would mean there's no balancing test. Instead, all futures would be subject to federal limits. Given the wide range of futures in our markets, this would require the Commission to evaluate thousands of contracts. It also required limits regardless of the benefits of those limits or the burdens that they would impose. Second, prior proposals failed to recognize all the ways in which participants use futures markets to hedge prices. Agricultural, metals, and energy markets are vital to American businesses, which is why Congress explicitly excluded bona fide hedges from position limits. Too broad a reading of bona fide hedging, and of course you invite the wolf of speculative activity into the market wearing sheep's clothing. But too narrow a reading, and you lock out businesses that need these markets to manage their risk, thereby putting economic growth itself at risk. Prior proposals were too restrictive on what constitutes bona fide hedging and threw up too many roadblocks to businesses that access these markets. More than anything else, this overly rigid interpretation caused the prior proposals to fail. Third, the prior proposals set limits that were too low and too rigid. Those limits didn't balance the need for liquidity and price discovery against the risk of excessive speculation, which is our real mandate that Congress requires. The proposed limits were frozen in time, not budging from limits updated as far back as 1999. Yes, when we all had dial-up internet, VHS tapes, and floppy disk. The good news is that recognizing the problems faced by past attempts have given us a path to success. I think the best indication is the overwhelming support for the approach in the comment letters that we received to our January proposal. Unlike the prior proposals that garnered a library of negative comment letters, this proposal is largely supported by businesses and trade groups across so many facets of the real economy. So let's talk about why today's rule will succeed where others have failed. First, we must recognize the limits of limits. Position limits are a tool to combat corners and squeezes, but that doesn't mean they're a tool that should always be deployed. Position limits are like a medicine that can help cure a disease, but also carry some potential side effects. And that's why Congress told us to use them only when necessary. The necessity finding is like a doctor's prescription. Someone needs to evaluate the risk of the disease against the potential side effects of the prescription. Second, we've got to recognize market participants' needs. As I've always said, position limits is the rare case where the exception is just as important as the rule itself. The rule lays out a robust set of enumerated bona fide hedging exemptions to ensure that participants in the physical commodity markets can access the futures markets. Building on that proposal, we've added clarity around unfixed price transactions and storage. And with this, we've met the needs of the market. We've also focused on the different ways people access markets. We've streamlined the process for pass-through swap exemptions, making it easier for dealers to provide liquidity to commercial end users in the swaps markets. And finally, we're leveraging the exchanges for evaluating exemptions that aren't enumerated in our rule. And as part of the final rule, we're clarifying that someone can take a position during the 10-day review period. In short, we're building a robust set of enumerated exemptions and a workable non-enumerated exemption process. Third, we're balancing the right considerations when setting the limits themselves. We propose significant increases to the spot and non-spot month limits for legacy agricultural products. A lot of commenters were concerned about these increases, particularly for the non-spot limits. But these increases reflect growth in our markets. Open interest in many of the legacy grain contracts has doubled or tripled since we last updated the limits 10 years ago. Our markets have grown tremendously, and we can't expect them to wear the same shoes from 10 years ago. It's important to remember that these federal limits are a ceiling and not a floor. The exchanges have their own limits, which can be no higher than the federal limits. Exchanges can calibrate those limits quickly to account for issues with deliverable supply and other cash market issues. As we've seen play out over the last decade, the CFTC would have a much more difficult time adjusting limits. So exchange set limits are a way to fine-tune position limits on a particular market within the outer bounds of the federal limits. Now, some of my colleagues, I realize, may see these three features of the final rule as a flaw. And while these are significant departures from prior proposals, after 4 failed attempts, that departure is what we need. The flexibility and the necessity finding, the exemption process, and the adjusted limits are what make this rule workable. Otherwise, we're just repeating past mistakes and hoping for a different result, the very definition of insanity. So let me conclude by saying that we've come a long way, and today we've reached the end of an arduous journey. We've recognized where past attempts have failed, and we've adjusted our approach. We've balanced the interest of all the participants in this market, some of which are in diametric opposition, and we've crafted a workable and flexible system. So I want to thank again my fellow commissioners, staff, and to all of those stakeholders out there in the American agriculture sector specifically, who have been part and parcel of this long journey. And I'm looking forward to voting in favor of this final rule. Thank you. Commissioner Quintens, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to you. Good morning to my fellow commissioners, to the staff at the agency, and to everyone in the general public that is listening today on what I believe is a great day for the Commission. We have a saying at the agency that every day is a good day at the CFTC, and throughout my time here that has certainly been true, but I believe that today is a great day for this agency to finally put to bed a very important rulemaking that is being done, in my view, in a way that is truest to the CEA and best for the marketplace, to provide the marketplace with the most integrity as well as the most liquidity, and to ensure that the price discovery function of physically delivered contracts is not negatively affected by any specific trader's excessive positions during the spot month. Mr. Chairman, I agree with a lot of your comments. In fact, I think all of them around the approach that this rule takes. I will have a statement, part of which I will be reading during the consideration of the position limits rule that aligns myself with the thinking of the document. I think it is very notable that we're doing this in a way that really reflects, I think, the language of the statute. We've heard a lot of discussion this week from Capitol Hill as they debate a new Supreme Court nominee of, the interest in textual readings and originalism of the Constitution. I believe that that is also our obligation here with respect to this law, and that we need to analyze the words as they are written, since that is what Congress passed as a body, and that is what a president signed as a text. And I believe that our interpretations here are bulletproof and the best reading of the statute that will ground what is a very good rule for many, many years to come. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back and look forward to the discussion. I'd also like to compliment DSIO on the 2 rules that we'll be considering here shortly. I commend them for their work. Thank you again.
Thank you, Commissioner Quintens. Commissioner Benham.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to you, my fellow commissioners, and the listening public. I'm going to, like you, Mr. Chairman, use my time now to give prepared remarks, and I'll save a little bit of time for my closing remarks, keeping those brief. The last time we gathered as a commission to discuss position limits, I used some of my time to speak a bit about the award-winning movie Ford versus Ferrari. At that point, we were nearing the airing of the 92nd Academy Awards, and this action-packed drama had earned 4 nominations, not to mention the distinction of being one of the few films I actually saw in a theater. For those of you who have not found it in one of your quarantine movie queues, Ford versus Ferrari tells the true story of American car designer Carroll Shelby and British-born driver Ken Miles, who built a race car for Ford Motor Company, the GT40, and competed with Enzo Ferrari's dominating iconic red racing cars at the 1966 24 Hours of Le Mans. I use the film and racing metaphors throughout my speaking and written statements to highlight serious concerns that the proposed amendments to the CFTC rules addressing position limits signified yet one more instance where the Commission seemed to be comfortable with deferring core congressionally mandated duties to others and calling it a victory. We are here today to finalize the proposal. In just short of 9 months, we have come to terms with life during a global pandemic, complete with economic turmoil and pockets of historic market volatility. Amid the mere 60-day open comment period following the proposal's publication in the Federal Register, on April 20th, the price of the West Texas Intermediate Crude Oil Futures Contract, WTI, a key benchmark in the energy and financial markets, experienced an unprecedented collapse 1 day prior to the last day of trading and expiration for May delivery. Defying market mechanics, the price of the contract fell from $17.73 per barrel at market open to a closing settlement price of negative $37.63, with the price dropping approximately $40 in the last 20 minutes of trading. And while we are still in recovery with great fanfare after almost 10 years, the Commission is going to establish the position limits regime required under the Dodd-Frank Act. I'm reminded again of Ken, who at the 1966 24 Hours of Le Mans went against his gut, giving way and leaving behind a milestone in car racing that to this day remains elusive. If you haven't seen the movie, this is a spoiler alert. Ken did not win Le Mans in 1966. While he was 1.5 laps ahead of the two other GT40s, he was asked to slow down so that the three Fords in the lead would cross the finish line in a dead heat formation. Ken lost his well-deserved win because the 24 Hours of Le Mans awards the victory to the car that covers the greatest distance in 24 hours. In the event of a tie, the rules provide that the car that had started farther down the grid had traveled the greater distance. Ken's GT40 had started in the grid 60 feet ahead of the GT40 driven by Bruce McLaren and Chris Amon, who were the declared winners. In the film, Ken seems to accept his loss with quiet dignity. However, in reality, he was fully aware that in many respects he had been robbed. From what I've read, Ken likely articulated his feelings a bit more colorfully. The point is that bringing something across the finish line doesn't always equate to a success. As detailed in my questions today and written statement, I believe that by going against our congressional mandate and clear statutory intent by overly deferring to the exchanges, we have relinquished a claim to victory in this final position limits rule, which in many ways has itself felt like the CFTC's version of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Therefore, I will go with my gut and not be a part of the formation in supporting this final rule. Before turning to the other matters before the Commission today, I do wish to acknowledge and thank the Commission staff who worked on the proposal, today's final rule, and every related study, matter, and undertaking to support it for the better part of 10 years. You were the design team, the engineers, the production team, and the pit crew. You kept us on course at a pace set by our chairman, and kudos to you, Mr. Chairman, for leading us here today. And you have performed at the staff level at the top of your field. There are two other final rules before the Commission today, and I'm pleased to say that I will be supporting both. First, the Commission will vote to extend by 1 year the implementation schedule for the margin requirements for uncleared swaps by postponing the compliance date for the final phase, known as Phase 6, to September 1st, 2022. I expect that the covered entities will work diligently in the time that they have been given to come into compliance. We are collectively working towards goals of continuity, resiliency, and normalcy, and the Commission's open engagement and willingness to address appropriate concerns, which is a hallmark of our agency, ought not to be tread upon or used to underscore core reforms at the time when the very relief we have provided addresses market volatility and stress. I'd like to commend the ongoing work of our CFTC staff in demonstrating its analytical expertise and by engaging in significant data-driven efforts with our domestic and international counterparts through the BCBS IOSCO Working Group on margining requirements. Second, the Commission will vote on a final rule revising, among other things, the conditions for the registration exemption under the Commission Regulation 310C available to non-U.S. commodity pool operators, or CPOs. The amendments expand the 310 exemption to non-U.S. commodity pool operators who operate both qualifying offshore commodity pools and other commodity pools. As amended, the 310 exemption will further reflect the increasingly global nature of this space and clarify the Commission's approach with respect to its oversight of foreign intermediaries that are not engaged on behalf of U.S. customers. This final rule is brief in its delivery, less than 1/10 the length of the final rule on position limits, but it reflects many years of staff experience and familiarity with the Commission's historical positions and reasoning in addressing material policy issue raised by appropriately balancing the financial interest of foreign intermediaries and their customers with our commitment to the financial integrity of U.S. markets and U.S. customer protections. Getting back to the topic on most of your minds, Ford versus Ferrari ended up taking home 2 Academy Awards for Best Sound Editing and Best Film Editing. Like today's final rules amending the CFTC margin rule and the 310 exemption, the film exhibited the finest editing and preservation of the aesthetic in multiple disciplines. It ultimately lost Best Picture to Parasite, a dark comedy thriller, which I'll stop my comparisons there. In closing, I want to thank again the chairman for his commitment to crossing the finish line on so many rules intended to implement core Dodd-Frank reforms. As a 5-member commission, our goal is always to reach consensus. However, like Ken Miles learned, consensus may not always equate to a victory or the success you are aiming for. We can disagree on various aspects of the proposals before us and nevertheless commit to moving forward. We will do that today. The important part is that we provide transparency through presentation and debate. Back in 1966, by holding back, Ken lost the win at Le Mans, which denied him the triple crown of endurance racing, the 24 hours of Daytona, the 24 hours of Sebring, and the 24 hours of Le Mans. No driver has won all 3 races in the same year, and Ken missed out because he was part of the team and Ford had been good to him. He committed and moved forward without the victory, and should have been his because he was the best driver that day. I am committed to vote and move forward, even if it means giving up the triple crown of the day. But I won't go against my gut. Mr. Chairman, thanks to you again for your leadership on this. It is a good day for the CFTC to be moving forward, and I look forward to the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Benham. Commissioner Stump.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will reserve the balance of my comments for the debate as we consider each individual rule, but I would like to take the opportunity to note that today's agenda reflects the vastness of what we do here at this agency and the diversity of the market participants we serve. We are dealing today with a rule that assists in helping those who are financial end users who are for the first time coming into scope of swap margin requirements. We are updating our commodity pool operator requirements for foreign commodity pools. We are finally finalizing a rule that enables those who provide for our energy needs and our food and our fiber to have some clarity with regard to position limits. It's been a very long 10 years. And so I just would like to commend all of the commissioners and all of the teams that have worked on this and all of the staff that work for the commissioners for having such a great breadth of knowledge and providing us with the opportunity to highlight how many different things we do here at this agency every day. But with that, I'll reserve the balance of my comments for later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Stump. Commissioner BERKOVITZ.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to be here today and consider the 3 rules before us. I'm going to reserve particular statements on the position limits rule and one of the other rules for when we take up those particular rules. But I do want to say one thing about the work the Commission has been doing as well as about the position limits rule. We've had a very busy year. We've had a very busy year and a very productive year. As Commissioner Stump noticed, observed the breadth of the issues that we've taken up has been quite extraordinary, from derivative clearing organization registration to cross-border to foreign commodity, U.S. commodity pools, to swap data reporting, to automated trading, to bankruptcy, and position limits. When we've set our mind to accomplishing something and addressing it, we can do it. And there's been no lack of resolve either by the commissioners or by the CFTC staff, who has worked tirelessly around the clock to achieve the Commission's agenda in this year. In the light of that determination and that hard work and rolling up of the sleeves, it is absolutely, I don't understand why we couldn't address two of the most fundamental issues in this rule facing us. One is, as I've been saying shortly after the event happened, understanding what happened on April 20th of this year with respect to the WTI contract. The events of April 20th were one of the most spectacular divergences of the futures market from other derivative markets or the physical market that we have ever seen in a commodities market. Here we are in October, and we still haven't determined what the causes of that event are or released a report to the public. Secondly, the issue, regardless of what we determine in the WTI, in the case of the WTI, there's a glaring deficiency in the rule before us on position limits today with respect to the issue of trading at settlement. This issue has been around for years. It's a well-known issue in the trading during the settlement period and leading up to the settlement period. The structural issues with that type of the order and how it's being used and how it can be misused. This rule is silent on that. It doesn't address it in any manner. I think in light of those two really significant issues, and we're talking about the core of this agency's mission, something like the crude oil contract, the West Texas Intermediate contract, which is the global benchmark of crude oil, in the context of this rulemaking, that it's not being addressed. And I just find that in light of our ability to address issues, and in light of our staff's capability, in light of this commission's capability, I find that just not acceptable to have this rule before us today without being able to address that issue. There have been statements made about today is the end of the arduous journey on position limits. We can finally put to bed position limits. That is simply not the case. We can't sit here and say that today with the causes of April 20th not determined, no public report on it, and with a well-known deficiency in how certain contracts are traded. I understand a lot of work has been put into this rule. It addresses many aspects of position limits, but until those aspects are addressed, I don't think we are at the end of the road in terms of position limits. So we'll have a further discussion on these issues today, and I look forward to that discussion. I know everybody here is committed to the issues before us, and in all sincerity and good faith trying to address those, but at best the Commission gets a grade of incomplete today on position limits. Thank you, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Commissioner BERKOVITZ. We'll now move to consideration of the final rule on margin requirements for uncleared swaps for swap dealers and major swap participants, the so-called Phase 6 Compliance Extension Date. After a short presentation, the floor will be open for questions and remarks from each commissioner. The final votes conducted in this public meeting will be recorded votes. The results of the votes approving the issuance of rulemaking documents will be included with those documents in the Federal Register. To facilitate the preparation of approved documents for publication in the Federal Register, I'd now ask the Commission to grant unanimous consent for the staff to make necessary technical corrections prior to submitting them to the Federal Register.
So moved.
Without objection, so ordered. So at this time, I'd like to welcome the following staff for their presentation. From the Division of Swap Dealer and Intermediary Oversight, we have Associate Director Warren GORLICK and Special Counsel Carmen Moncada-Terry. I'd also like to welcome Assistant General Counsel Mark Fayard, and from the Office of the Chief Economist, Financial Economist David Reifman. Warren, Josh, and others, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you mentioned, I am, in fact, Warren GORLICK, the Associate Director in DSIO. And as you also mentioned, I'm joined by my colleague, Carmen Moncada-Terry. But I also do want to recognize the great assistance we received from the Office of General Counsel and the Office of Chief Economist, who, as you noted, are also on the call today. We're pleased to present this morning the final rule for your consideration to amend the CFTC margin rule by delaying, for certain entities, the September 1, 2021 deadline for compliance with the initial margin requirements, which we sometimes refer to as IM, until September 1st, 2022. By way of background, the CFTC's margin rule requires that swap dealers and major swap participants post and collect margin in accordance with the compliance schedule set forth in the CFTC's regulations. As adopted in 2016, the schedule required compliance on staggered dates spanning from September 2016 to September 2020. In April 2020, consistent with revisions to the Basel Committee IOSCO margin framework for non-essentially cleared derivatives, the Commission published in the Federal Register a final rule that effectively extended by 1 year until September 2021 the compliance date for entities with smaller average daily aggregate notional amounts and certain other financial products. These we refer to as the smaller portfolio group with notional amounts between $8 billion to $50 billion. And sometimes, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, we simply refer to this as Phase 6. The Commission's intent in adopting the April 2020 final rule was to mitigate the potential for market disruption that could have resulted from the large number of entities that would have come into IM compliance at the end of the phase compliance schedule on September 2020. The entities would have needed to engage at the same time a limited number of financial services providers to prepare IM compliant documentation, obtain approval of risk-based models, and establish custodial arrangements. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic and resulting changes in the BCBS and IOSCO framework, in July 2020, the Commission published in the Federal Register an interim final rule, we sometimes refer to simply as the IFR, extending the September 2020 compliance date for entities subject to that compliance date. This is referred to as the IFR extension group with notional amounts between $50 billion to $750 billion, or sometimes simply referred to as Phase 5, to September 2021 in order to alleviate the immediate impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in such entities. The IFR did not extend the compliance deadline for entities that were required to begin compliance in September 2021, as the impact of the pandemic on these entities was less clear. As a result of the IFR extension group with notional amounts between $50 billion and $750 billion, and the smaller portfolio group with notional amounts between $8 billion and $50 billion, are required to begin IM compliance on the same day, which could lead to congestion and the potential for market disruption that the April 2020 final rule was intended to ameliorate. In order to address this concern, in July 2020, the Commission published an NPRM in the Federal Register that proposed to extend the smaller portfolio group's compliance deadline of September 21 to September 2022. The Commission received only one comment letter, and it was submitted by a group of industry trade associations expressing support for the proposal to extend the compliance schedule for this smaller portfolio group. The comment letter stated that the deferral of the compliance date is necessary to facilitate orderly preparation for the exchange of regulatory IM between swap dealers and their counterparties that come into the scope of the IM requirements in the last phase. Therefore, consistent with this feedback, staff recommends that the Commission adopt the final rule as proposed. The staff believes it's reasonable to extend the smaller portfolio group's compliance deadline to September 2022 in order to reduce the potential for market disruption. Thanks for your attention. We would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you very much, Warren, for that insightful presentation and for the outstanding work in preparing these significant rulemakings for Commission consideration. To begin the Commission's discussion and consideration of these rulemakings, I'll now entertain a motion to adopt the final rule on margin requirements for uncleared swaps for swap dealers and major swap participants.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I'll now open the floor from commissioners to ask any questions. We'll start with me, but the good news is I don't think I have any questions for you, Warren. This is very straightforward. I appreciate the hard work This will bring us in line with what the Basel Committee and IOSCO are doing, and I think it makes a lot of sense. So I just want to commend you guys for your great work on this, and I'll be pleased to support it. Commissioner Quintens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any questions myself. So if I may just read a quick statement on this final rule, that I support today's final rule that extends the last phase of the compliance for initial margin requirements to September 1st, 2022, in light of the unprecedented economic and social impacts of COVID-19 and the potential market disruption that could result from a large number of entities coming into scope on September 1st, 2021, I strongly support an additional one-year deferral for these firms. As I've noted previously, given the large number of firms covered by the final compliance phases, the estimated 7,000 initial margin relationships that need to be negotiated, and the small overall percentage of swap activity that these firms represent, a one-year delay for these firms is very appropriate in order to facilitate an efficient, orderly transition for the market into the uncleared margin regime. In addition, today's final rule also ensures the Commission is consistent with BCBS IOSCO, the recommended margin framework, and similar actions taken by the U.S. prudential regulators to extend the margin compliance schedule. I'm very pleased to support this, and I thank the staff for their work.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Quintens. Commissioner Benham.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to Warren and Carmen for your work on this. Of course, DSIO and OGC and the chief economist as well. Two quick questions, Warren or Carmen, whoever is best to take it. But in your engagement with the entities that have requested the extension, do you have any sense? Do you get a sense that the extra year will be enough? And I fully understand and appreciate that we're in very unique circumstances. I think we all hope that we will emerge sooner than later. But as the markets have stabilized, and I think we've all gotten accustomed to remote working and even potentially going back in phases, do you feel comfortable based on your conversations that the new deadline in the proposal that we're about to vote on is sufficient, will be sufficient?
Well, Commissioner Benham, that's an interesting question. We certainly haven't received any indication that it won't be sufficient. One thing that's helpful is that by splitting out Phase 5 and Phase 6, so that is the entities that are between $8 billion and $50 billion, while that's still a large number of entities, we also undertook one other action under our administrative processes. So we also clarified in 2019 that firms that haven't yet hit the $50 million threshold, which is another speed bump, so to say, in having to actually exchange initial margin. So even if you're in compliance because you have $8 billion and over in notional amounts, you don't actually have to exchange initial margin until you hit the $50 million. So it would appear that those firms that are in that last phase are likely to be the ones that are least likely to actually hit the $50 million. So they have that additional speed bump in addition to hitting the $8 billion. And I think between those two speed bumps that we've deliberately put in place to ensure that initial margin requirements are really focused on the firms that have the largest amount of initial margin, I think we should have a sufficient industry capacity of providers out there to do the documentation for the NFA to review the initial margin models, and perhaps for third-party vendors to help firms in doing those and preparing those initial margin models, and finally to enter into the custodial arrangements.
Thanks, Warren. I appreciate that detail, and I hope that you're right, and I would suggest and also hope that the market understands. I mentioned this in my opening statement, where we are We have been flexible, rightfully so, and I think that's in part our job, and we'll continue to be and engage. And I appreciate the work at DSIO certainly over the past 9 months. But we have to get to phase 6 and finish this off. So whatever we can do, certainly support that. Quick second question, Warren. Also, we have 2 notices of proposed rulemakings that relate to average aggregate notional amounts and the minimum transfer amount that are currently, I think, both open until next week, the comment period. With this final move for phase 6 to 2022, is there any reason to think that these 2 open NPRMs will be affected by the phase 6 bump?
I think those are somewhat different. So the rulemaking you're referring to, which I believe is on the commission calendar, hopefully for later in the year after we see the public comments, as you mentioned, later in the month, that the rulemaking on average aggregate notional amount is to align the dates with international requirements. So that's a little bit of a different animal from simply delaying the phase-in period to 2016. But they both have in common the fact, as the chairman mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, the fact that they both are steps in harmonizing our requirements with the international requirements, and therefore not putting U.S. firms at a competitive disadvantage. So if we hadn't undertaken the rule today, assuming that you vote in favor of it, you had the potential that U.S. firms would be forced to put up margin a year ahead of where other firms in other jurisdictions would have had the benefit of the 1-year delay. So that puts a competitive disadvantage. So in general, both the rules you're referring to as well as the rule under consideration today are focused on international harmonization of requirements.
Thanks, Warren. Appreciate that. Thanks again to the team. Look forward to supporting this rule. That's all from me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Benham. Commissioner STUMP.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I do not have any questions, although I would like to note that even though the CFTC margin requirements were established before I arrived here at the Commission, I do have a bit of history with this issue, and I very much support what we're doing. I was present when Congress actually determined that the agency and various other agencies should establish margin requirements for those transactions that are not subject to mandatory clearing or not appropriate for mandatory clearing. And I was also present for the conversations that occurred subsequent to that, in which there was much debate about how these requirements should apply to the ultimate end users. That is, in fact, what we're discussing today. The margin requirements have been phased in over the course of a number of years, and to date it's been primarily the large financial institutions that have been implicated. Now we're turning to how we apply these margin requirements to financial end users. And just during the 2 years since I've been here, the final phases of these margin requirements have been a particular focus for me and the subject of a great debate globally. In 2018 and early 2019, I was fortunate to participate in discussions where the unique challenges of these final phases were discussed within the IOSCO framework. Since then, as has been noted, the BCBS and IOSCO recommended, and the CFTC subsequently agreed to both extend and to stagger the compliance schedules for these final implementation phases. We created a new phase 6, which I supported, and I think it was very prudent and reasonable given the number of potential parties coming into scope is significantly higher than in prior phases, and also the unique nature of the participants that are coming into scope. But then in light of all of the challenges presented by COVID-19, BCBS and IOSCO further amended the recommendation for the margin framework to push out further by 1 year the compliance dates. So this past summer, the CFTC proposed that rule and to accomplish the extension, and I supported that. Public comments seem to all be fairly supportive that the proposed extension be granted, and I'm pleased we're finalizing it today. I do think that the vast number and the distinct needs of those implicated in this final phase is what warranted this change. However, COVID-19 further complicated the compliance capabilities. And I hope that we will be able to continue to work through some of the things beyond just the extension that have been put forward that Commissioner Benham noted and that Warren described. And I've really enjoyed working with Carmen and Warren on this issue over the course of the past year or two. And so with that, I just wanted to thank everyone. I don't have any questions, but thanks for the time.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Stump. Commissioner BERKOVITZ.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any questions for Warren or Carmen either, but I do want to thank them and recognize the work that they've done and DSIO. DSIO's had a very, very busy summer, and what would seem like a relatively straightforward extension, going through the rulemaking process, the notice and comment process, and doing it properly, it's more difficult than it might appear at first. And I think the work that you've done in this rule, as well as the other extension on top of the additional load this summer, is worthy of recognition. I want to thank you. And thank you for working with my office to get the proposed rule out and then carrying through on that. So I appreciate all the work you've done on this. I'm pleased to support it under the circumstances of COVID and just the time it takes market participants to implement these new requirements. It's appropriate. So thank you again, and I'm pleased to be able to support it.
Thank you very much, Commissioner BERKOVITZ. Is there any commissioner who is not prepared to vote? Okay, since all commissioners appear to be prepared to vote, Mr. Kirkpatrick, our secretary, would you please call the roll for the final rule on margin requirements for uncleared swaps?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion now before the Commission is on the adoption of the final rule on margin requirements for uncleared swaps for swap dealers and major swap participants. Commissioner BERKOVITZ.
Commissioner BERKOVITZ votes aye.
Commissioner BERKOVITZ votes aye. Commissioner Stump.
Commissioner Stump votes aye.
Commissioner Stump votes aye. Commissioner Benham.
Commissioner Benham votes aye.
Commissioner Benham votes aye. Commissioner Quintens.
Commissioner Quintens votes aye.
Commissioner Quintens votes aye. Chairman Tarbert.
Chairman Tarbert votes aye.
Chairman Tarbert votes aye. Mr. Chairman, on this matter, the ayes have 5, the noes have 0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I'm pleased to say that the ayes have it and the motion to adopt the final rule is hereby approved. We'll now hear a staff presentation on the final rule on exemption from registration of certain foreign intermediaries. Following the presentation, commissioners will be able to ask questions about the rule. At this time, I'd like to welcome the following staff for their presentation. From the Division of Swap Dealer and Intermediary Oversight, we have Associate Director PAMELA GERAGHTY, Special Counsel Elizabeth Groover, and Chief Counsel Frank FISANICH. Team, DSIO team, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Commissioners. It is my privilege to introduce the staff presentation on the final rule amending Regulation 310. These amendments finalize revisions that were first proposed on May 28th of this year related to commodity pool operators, as well as others that were first proposed in 2016 that are more broadly applicable. Staff believes that these amendments, when taken as a whole, better align the regulatory text of Regulation 310 with the Commission's stated policy objectives of focusing its customer protection efforts on benefiting U.S. persons. This has truly been a remarkable effort, and DSIO wishes to extend its gratitude to our colleagues in the Office of the General Counsel, as well as the Office of the Chief Economist for their assistance in helping to bring this final rule forward for your consideration today. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Elizabeth Gruber and Frank FISANICH to begin the substantive portion of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I am Elizabeth Gruber. The final rule you are considering today will, if adopted, finalize the Commission's May 2020 proposal to amend the exemptions from intermediary registration for certain foreign located persons trading in U.S. derivatives markets, which are set forth in Regulation 310C. That May 2020 proposal also reopened the public comment period for a 2016 proposal amending this provision, and in a few moments, Frank FISANICH, our Chief Counsel, will explain how today's final rule would also finalize those amendments. For now, however, I will review and present the bulk of the substantive amendments the Commission is considering in this final rule, which revise what I will refer to broadly as the 310 exemption as it applies to persons located outside the United States who are engaged in the activities of commodity pool operators, or CPOs. Specifically, with respect to non-U.S. CPOs and their offshore pools, the May 2020 proposal sought to, 1, establish that the 310 exemption may be relied upon by non-U.S. CPOs on a pool-by-pool basis, 2, add a conditional safe harbor to permit non-U.S. CPOs to rely on the 310 exemption even if, by virtue of the structure or characteristics of their offshore pool, they cannot represent with absolute certainty that there are no U.S. participants in such offshore pool. 3, clarify that the revised 310 exemption may be utilized concurrently with other exemptions or exclusions available to CPOs. And 4, provide an exception from the U.S. participant prohibition in the 310 exemption for initial capital contributions received from a controlling affiliate of an offshore pool's non-U.S. CPO, subject to certain limitations intended to limit the possibility of evasion. When the Commission initially adopted the 310 exemption in 2007, it cited its long-standing policy of focusing customer protection activities upon domestic firms and upon firms soliciting or accepting orders from domestic users of the futures market. In the May 2020 proposal, the Commission further recognized that the increasingly global nature of the commodity pool space, along with statutory and regulatory developments since the 310 exemption's adoption, led to a growing misalignment between the stated policy purposes underlying that regulation, namely to focus the Commission's resources on the protection of persons located in the U.S., and the current exemption as applied to non-U.S. CPOs and their offshore pools. In particular, staff believed that this proposal would provide much-needed regulatory flexibility and clarity for non-U.S. CPOs operating offshore commodity pools, in part because the amendments would appropriately take into account the expanding international footprint of the CPO and commodity pool industry without compromising this Commission's mission of protecting U.S. pool participants. Because today's final rule would adopt these amendments largely as proposed, staff continues to believe this to be true, that the final rule will amend the 310 exemption in a manner that clarifies under what circumstances a non-U.S. CPO operating an offshore pool trading in U.S. commodity interest markets should be required to register with the Commission, and under what circumstances relief from such registration is available and appropriate. In response to this spring's proposal, commenters offered their strong support of the proposed amendment to the 310 exemption, and they specifically praised the Commission for clarifying the jurisdictional boundaries of CPO registration, though they also made some suggestions for staff to consider adding to the final rule. For instance, commenters stated that the proposed exception to the 310 exemption's U.S. participant prohibition for initial capital investments in offshore pools by affiliates of the non-U.S. CPO should be available to all affiliates that are controlled by or are under common control with such non-U.S. CPO. Staff agrees with this argument because, in its experience and observation, affiliate relationships as defined for CPO and commodity pool purposes in Regulation 4.7 inherently involve a level of control that staff believes should assuage the Commission's concern that such affiliates have access to sufficient information to make an informed investment decision with respect to an offshore pool, absent other regulatory protections from the Commission. Therefore, today's final rule will adopt this exception for affiliate initial capital investments to offshore pools, largely as proposed, except that per commenter's suggestions, staff recommends expanding its availability to all affiliates of a non-U.S. CPO as defined in Regulation 4.7, and clarifying that the exception is limited to juridical as opposed to natural person affiliates of such non-U.S. CPOs. Additionally, while commenters strongly supported the proposed amendment clarifying that non-U.S. CPOs may utilize the 310 exemption concurrently with other CPO registration exemptions or regulatory exclusions, such as those found in Regulation 4.5 or 4.13, they correctly pointed out that non-U.S. CPOs frequently rely upon relief other than those two regulations for their operated pools. Thus, they suggested the Commission remove these specific regulatory references from the final regulatory text. Consequently, staff recommends in the final rule the adoption of a provision permitting non-U.S. CPOs to rely upon the 310 exemption for their offshore pools without affecting their ability to register as a CPO or to claim or rely upon other relief from CPO regulation from the Commission for their other qualifying pools. Staff appreciates this suggestion from commenters, which we believe better tracks the intention of this Commission to permit non-U.S. CPOs to stack or combine registration and or other available CPO regulatory relief for their varied commodity pool operations with reliance on the 310 exemption. Moreover, staff believes that the final rule before you today will generally enable non-U.S. CPOs to avoid the additional organizational complexity of separating their U.S. and non-U.S. commodity pool operations due to the legal clarity and flexibility the final rule will provide in the 310 exemption. In staff's opinion, the final rule is significant because it would clearly establish that the 310 exemption is available to non-U.S. CPOs for their qualifying offshore pools on a pool-by-pool basis and provide additional tailored relief that staff believes better reflects the integrated international investment management sector that has continued to grow since the 310 exemption's original 2007 adoption. Staff expects, therefore, that the final rule could potentially deepen and increase the liquidity and vibrancy of U.S. commodity interest markets through increased competition and variation in the commodity pools and CPOs able to legally participate in those markets because of these amendments. Finally, staff believes that the final rule will also allow the Commission to better focus agency resources on its primary jurisdictional mandates under the Commodity Exchange Act, which in this context are the thorough and effective oversight of CPOs operating commodity pools offered and sold to participants in the United States, and ensuring those U.S. participants receive sufficient customer protection through the Commission's statutory and regulatory authorities. For these reasons, and after considering the proposed amendments and the public comments received, staff recommends that the Commission approves this final rule amending the 310 exemption as it applies to non-U.S. CPOs and their offshore pools, largely as proposed and with certain adjustments advocated by commenters and staff today. I will now turn the presentation over to Frank FISANICH to discuss the reopening of the 2016 proposal comment period and how this final rule would also incorporate those amendments to Regulation 310C. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Good morning. The May proposal to amend Regulation 310C also reopened the comment period for an amendment to 310C originally proposed in 2016, asking whether the Commission should finalize the 2016 proposal along with the other changes to 310C, which Elizabeth just discussed. Generally, in 2016, the Commission proposed to update the conditions under which the exemption from registration would apply to foreign intermediaries by codifying relief provided under two DSIO no-action letters. First, the Commission proposed a registration exemption for foreign intermediaries acting on behalf of international financial institutions such as the World Bank or International Monetary Fund. Second, the Commission proposed to modify the existing registration exemptions to confirm the availability of the exemptions for foreign intermediaries when acting for persons located outside the U.S. in connection with transactions that are not required to be cleared under the Commission's regulations. The Commission received 2 additional comments from reopening the comment period, both of which, like the vast majority of comments received following the original proposal, were supportive of finalizing the 2016 proposal along with the other changes to 310C presented by Elizabeth. Therefore, the final rule presented today includes the amendments to 310C proposed in 2016 with 2 minor modifications. First, the final rule requires transactions of foreign-located persons required or intended to be cleared on a registered DCO to be cleared through a registered FCM unless the foreign person is a member of the DCO and thus can self-clear. Second, the final rule has updated the definition of international financial institution to be consistent with the definition recently adopted in August by the Commission in the cross-border final rule. This completes the staff presentation. We would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you very much to our staff for another informative presentation. To begin the Commission's discussion and consideration of these rulemakings, I'll now entertain a motion to adopt the final rule on exemption from registration for certain foreign intermediaries.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I'd now like to open the floor for commissioners to ask any questions. And so I'll just begin. I may have one question, but I think just to frame this at a big picture level, the way that I look at this is if you take a really strict reading of what we currently have, our rule, it basically has us policing foreign funds with only foreign investors, or at least it allows for that to take place. Is that generally right? You can nod your head. Yes, right. So I mean, my view on this is we serve the American taxpayers, and if these foreign countries where their investors are being protected by the CFTC want to cut a check to the U.S. Treasury, then I'm happy to have a discussion. But at this point, I think, given where we are, given our resources, as well as our duties and what Congress laid out, we really need to be, as an agency, focused on U.S. CPOs or foreign CPOs that have U.S. investors, even if there's only one U.S. investor in there. But where you have a situation where they're entirely foreign investors and the fund itself is foreign, you've got to ask that fundamental question, which we've just done, is, what's the U.S. interest, and should the agency be spending time, money, and resources? So I'm pleased to support the rule because I think it makes a lot of sense. And also, too, I think it recognizes the important role that our regulatory counterparts abroad have in protecting their own investors. So one question, and that's just the definition of international financial institution being finalized in this rulemaking. I was wondering how it relates to the IFIs that are being excluded from the U.S. person definition that DSI worked on and was finalized in the recent cross-border rule. Is there any connection between the two?
Thank you for the question. Yes, they are. For this final rule, given that the Commission has just finalized the cross-border rule, and as you stated, the U.S. person definition has an exclusion for international financial institutions. That definition or that list of international financial institutions is a finite list and then a catch-all for other similar institutions. This is harmonizing with the SEC's definition of U.S. person. So given that in the 2016 proposal, what we had proposed was a definition of IFIs that was limited, and through our experience, we know that it usually results in other institutions coming in to ask the question, am I an IFI, can I be added to the list? Instead, we went with what the Commission had just finalized in August, which was a definition of IFIs that has a list, but also has a catch-all. Thus, the definition of IFI is now harmonized across both Part 3 and Part 23.
Perfect. Well, as a former member of the board of the World Bank Group in my last job at Treasury, I very much appreciate that, and I'm sure our international financial community does as well. And it's obviously important, as we've spoken on before, harmonizing to the extent possible with the SEC. But far more important is that we actually harmonize among ourselves, so we don't have rules that themselves are contradictory when it comes to a definition like this. So I want to applaud you for bringing uniformity to the way we approach international financial institutions. That's all my comments. Very grateful for, again, your hard work, and I'm pleased to vote aye for the rule. With that, I'll pass it on to Commissioner Quinten.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me associate myself with your comments and first thank the team, Director Sterling and everybody here becoming regular fixtures. It's almost like if you don't appear at a commission meeting, something must be wrong. So congratulations for all your hard work again. I don't have any questions, and I'm very pleased to support this today. I think it's a very common sense approach to this issue that will foster investment and innovation. And again, my congrats to this team. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinten. Commissioner Benham.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the team for putting this together. I just have a quick question, and it I think relates to what we finalized last week with respect to Form CPO-PQR and some of the amendments we made regarding the data we collect and request from market participants. If you could help me understand, if at all, is there a relationship between what we're putting out today and what we did last week, and how it's going to affect the amount of data we collect? If, presumably we're collecting less data, which I think was the target and goal of last week, will we still be able to collect data from these non-U.S. entities, given what we did last week with respect to CPO-PQR?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Benham. Can you hear me? Just making sure. Okay, good. So we do anticipate that there may be a certain number of pools that migrate from 1896 relief, which is subject to CPO-PQR, and migrate to this new 310 regime, but we expect that number to be small. And, by definition, the terms of the 310 exemption today, these pools really are, offshore vehicles with no U.S. or very, very limited other than, any capital that's contributed pursuant to the affiliate contribution exception, no U.S. Participations. And so their only involvement in our markets is actually participating in our markets. And we believe that, CPO-PQR really is more of a understanding pools that are involving U.S. participations. And so, one, quantitatively, the amount of data loss should not be significant. And two, the types of pools who no longer will be filing will not be the type of pool that CPO-PQR really is intended to address.
I would add to that, Mr.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Commissioner. I was simply going to, thank you, sir. Sorry to interject. I was just going to add as well that any of those funds that trade in our markets will continue to have to be subject to our own reporting regime for any market participant over a certain threshold in contracts. And we now, in the division, have access to that information on a fund-by-fund level. So we will have a way of getting information about these funds, and I think it will be limited. It just won't be using PQR, sir.
Yep. Thanks, Josh. I appreciate that. Thanks, Amanda, for the response. And again, thanks to the team for all your work on this and other matters in the past few months. That's all for me, Mr. Chairman. Look forward to supporting this rule.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Benham. Commissioner Stump.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand there's some technical complications with my video feed, so you all may not be able to see me. So I will just be the voice from afar. So I just wanted to say from the onset that I firmly believe that the rule amendment we are adopting today reflects the right public policy, and I'm very supportive of the amendments to better account for the realities of a modern international investment management environment, and I want to thank the team for all their work. Many CPOs are located outside of the United States and operate internationally for the benefit of their clients in a global derivatives market, and our registration rules can get pretty complicated pretty fast, and so a rule in which a CPO outside the United States with many different commodity pools could have to register with the Commission with respect to offshore pools that have no U.S. participants simply because it also operates other pools in which U.S. persons do participate is often unworkable from an operational standpoint, and I think it makes very little sense from a regulatory standpoint as well. I just have a couple of questions. One of the primary drivers of this rule amendment, these rule amendments that we're adopting today, was to provide that if the non-U.S. CPO is operating both some offshore commodity pools that have U.S. participants and some that don't, we're going to answer the question of registration on a pool-by-pool basis, and that means that the CPO in that situation would have to register and be subject to CFTC regulations with respect to the commodity pools that have U.S. participants, but not for the pools that have no U.S. participants. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Okay. And did we receive any comments objecting to this pool-by-pool approach?
We did not receive any comments opposing this approach.
Right. So the core of what we're adopting today was somewhat, it's not controversial, at least not with the commenters. And so now we get to the question of what is a U.S. participant, and I think this is something worth highlighting, that under our current rules, when you have a situation where a non-U.S. CPO is operating an offshore pool, if a U.S. affiliate of a CPO provides capital to that offshore pool, the CPO is going to have to register with the CFTC with respect to that pool. Is that correct under our current set of rules?
Yes, absent these amendments, that is the case.
Great. So today we're making these amendments, and for the first time we're going to include what I'll just call a seed capital exception, such that if a U.S. affiliate of a non-U.S. CPO contributes initial capital to an offshore pool operated by the non-U.S. CPO and certain conditions are satisfied, that won't count as a U.S. participation in the pool. Is that right?
That is correct.
Right, thank you. And did we receive any comments opposing that proposed exception?
We did not.
Right. So we did request some comments on some possible additional conditions, in addition to the conditions that we've already incorporated here with regard to the seed capital exception. And so maybe you would want to take an opportunity to briefly describe the conditions we provided for in the proposal and in the final, and why we are not incorporating any additional conditions, and why we are also not incorporating the suggestions made by several commenters that thought the proposed seed capital exception was too narrow.
Sure. Thank you for that question, Commissioner. So in the proposal, we proposed limiting the types of affiliates who would be eligible to provide seed capital to controlling affiliates. And that was done really because we had a concern regarding ensuring that the contributor of the capital would have full access to the information that they would need. In response to that condition, we got significant comments suggesting that that really wasn't necessary, just because of, I believe, as Elizabeth discussed in her substantive discussion, that because we were incorporating the definition of affiliate as it appears in 4.7, which inherently includes an element of control in order to be considered an affiliate. So that means not just that the affiliate contributing controls the CPO, but also that those two entities could be under common control, or the CPO could control the contributing affiliate. And so all of those relationships are inherently different than or different from a traditional arm's length contributor of capital with respect to the CPO and the commodity pool. Additionally, we asked some questions about potential additional further restrictions that we considered proposing, but I think because the commenters very strongly believed that the regulatory definition of affiliate was sufficient to ensure that the relationship was appropriate, they also opposed the inclusion of any further restrictions. With respect to the timing of those capital contributions, we proposed limiting the capital contributions to those occurring at or around the time of inception of trading by the offshore vehicle. Commenters appreciated that exemption, but they wished that it would be broader to permit further capital infusions to occur over the lifetime of the pool to support the ongoing operations of the pool. Staff today is recommending against that further expansion, in part because we felt that if we permit ongoing capital infusions, we run the risk of permitting U.S. affiliates to be used to essentially prop up failing offshore vehicles, which just results in risk being brought on shore with respect to an unregulated pool. And so for that reason, we felt that it was appropriate in this final rule to continue to limit the timing of those capital contributions to initial seed capital.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for helping the public understand that, since they aren't able to see exactly what we've done thus far. But by and large, we are adopting the proposal. We are attempting to adopt the proposal largely as it was several months ago. And I think the reasonings you guys have given here are quite appropriate. So I'd like to shift gears just a little bit and ask about an issue that we talked about back when we proposed the rulemaking. The rule amendments adopting a pool-by-pool approach to registration of non-U.S. CPOs originally arose out of a completely different proposed rulemaking in 2018, which would have codified a staff action known as Advisory 1896. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Advisory 1896 provides certain relief to both U.S. and non-U.S. CPOs, but as a result of the rulemaking we're adopting today, non-U.S. CPOs will no longer need to rely on that advisory, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But the proposed rulemaking that we issued in 2018 would have also codified Advisory 1896 with respect to U.S. CPOs. But because that fell by the wayside when we turned our attention to the non-U.S. CPO issue we're dealing with today, we have yet to codify elements of 1896 with regard to U.S. CPOs. And is that correct too? I mean, we have not. I know we have not. Okay. And in renewing, the effort to codify 1896 with respect to registered U.S. CPOs, I think we can't forget about that, and I'm hopeful that that's something that we can continue to consider as we go forward. I think it might be worthwhile, just for everyone's benefit, to understand what exactly the advisory permits as opposed to what U.S. commodity pools could avail themselves of if we finalized the rule from 2018. Would you mind reviewing that? And I think that will explain why I think we need to revisit that at some point.
Of course, Commissioner. I'm happy to do so. So Staff Advisory 1896 provides certain compliance relief for registered CPOs with respect to offshore commodity pools. And so it provides relief from certain record-keeping, reporting, and disclosure obligations under Part 4. And so, 1896, it presupposes that the pool in question has a registered CPO. As proposed in 2018, the codification of 1896 would have been done as a registration exemption under Regulation 413. And so the big distinction would be under the current advisory, registered CPOs must still report on those offshore pools operated pursuant to 1896 on their Form CPO PQR filings, whereas if the advisory would be codified as a registration exemption, they would no longer have to report on CPO PQR with respect to those pools for which they claim that regulatory relief.
Thank you. And is renewing the effort to codify Advisory 1896 with respect to the U.S. commodity pools something the staff will be considering recommending for future commission action?
It is.
Okay, great. Thank you. That concludes my questions. Again, great work, and I appreciate you guys taking some time to walk through these questions with me, and I appreciate all of DSIO for the many efforts over the course of the past 3 months. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Stump. Commissioner BERKOVITZ.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a statement that will be inserted for the record and posted on the website, and I won't read that here today. I'm basically supportive of the to a 310 for the reason stated that our primary focus is on protection of U.S. investors. If these non-U.S. pools are trading solely for non-U.S. investors, we need to prioritize our resources at home. So I will support it. I want to follow up on a couple of lines of questioning that Commissioner Stump was just brought up. There were some provisions in the proposal and perhaps some modified into the final rule regarding the seed capital provision that allows these affiliates, as you've explained, Amanda, to invest capital in the non-U.S. pools. But there were some anti-evasion provisions designed so that that seed capital wouldn't be a mechanism for these prohibited U.S. investments to get to these foreign pools. Could you explain what was proposed and then if how it might have been modified in response to comments? Sure that the seed capital is not a bypass of the non-U.S. investors provision.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Commissioner. So as proposed, the affiliate contribution exception included 2 anti-evasion provisions. One would have prohibited U.S. affiliates and principals who are subject to certain enumerated conditions, i.e. statutory disqualifications, bars or suspensions or trading prohibitions, from using the exception as a manner to circumvent that prohibition and regain access to the U.S. commodity interest markets through an offshore vehicle. The other anti-evasion provision would have, as proposed, would have prohibited the U.S. affiliate from being marketed to U.S. potential investors as a vehicle for gaining exposure to the U.S. commodity interest markets. As finalized, that second condition is finalized as proposed. The first condition related to the status of the affiliate or its principals has been narrowed somewhat so that it really is focused on entities who are subject to a bar or a suspension from accessing U.S. commodity interest markets. That was in response to commenters who made the argument that the inclusion of statutory disqualifications in that list really was ill-suited for the purpose of the anti-evasion language. And that was because the Commission's articulated concern was that persons who are prohibited from acting in our markets not have basically a loophole to do something indirectly that they would be prohibited from doing directly. Statutory disqualifications are a somewhat different beast where it's more focused on registration with the Commission, which is typically required when you are acting on behalf of other persons as opposed to acting on your own behalf. And so given that what we're concerned about is the affiliate being barred or its principals being barred from acting on their own behalf, staff agreed with commenters that eliminating the statutory disqualification prohibition made sense given the Commission's articulated concerns.
But although the statutory disqualification was eliminated, it's been, as you said, narrowed, and so that if you're actually subject to a trading ban or a registration bar, you can't gain access through these foreign pools to come back into the U.S. Is that?
Yes, if you are barred from acting or from participating in our markets or suspended from participating in our markets, that remains prohibited as an anti-evasion provision in the final rule under consideration today.
Okay, and with respect to the marketing provision that prohibits the affiliates from, if they're going to provide seed capital, they can't market U.S. investors. Even absent the marketing restriction, is it our belief that these affiliates would not be entities that would be consisting of pooled investments from U.S. contributors?
Yes. So, you're prohibited from, so if, let's say the U.S. affiliate, in fact, is operated as a conduit entity or as a fund of funds with respect to the offshore vehicle. One, they're prohibited from marketing their participations in that way. And so if they do market themselves that way, they're in violation of the terms of the exception. If they are in fact operated that way, but they don't market themselves that way, that in and of itself is a materially misleading solicitation, and that could open them up to an enforcement action, and they also may meet the definition of commodity pool at that point, and they themselves might be required to have a registered CPO in order for them to operate.
Okay, well, I appreciate the work that you've done in response to comments and working with my office to draw the appropriate balance in ensuring that while enabling these seed capital contributions to be made, but again, putting appropriate limitations on how they're done, how long they can be made for, the initial period of time limitation. So I think you've done a good job in trying to balance those interests and ensuring that this isn't an avenue to get around the core protections for the U.S. market. These are truly offshore pools for truly offshore investors, and these are truly initial capital seed contributions. There's not a mechanism for evasion. So I appreciate the work you've done on this, and appropriate balance is made to let these non-U.S. pools go forward without this uncertainty about registration in the U.S. So thank you for all the work you've done on it, and please to support it.
Thank you very much, Commissioner BERKOVITZ. Is there any commissioner who is unprepared to vote at this time? Okay, hearing none, everyone is prepared to vote. So, Mr. Kirkpatrick, would you please call the roll for the final rule on exemption from registration for certain foreign intermediaries?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion now before the Commission is on the adoption of the final rule on exemption from registration for certain foreign intermediaries. Commissioner BERKOVITZ.
Commissioner BERKOVITZ votes aye.
Commissioner BERKOVITZ votes aye. Commissioner STUMP.
Commissioner STUMP votes aye.
Commissioner STUMP votes aye. Commissioner Benham.
Commissioner Benham votes aye.
Commissioner Benham votes aye. Commissioner Quintens.
Commissioner Quintens votes aye.
Commissioner Quintens votes aye. Chairman Tarbert.
Chairman Tarbert votes aye.
Chairman Tarbert votes aye. Mr. Chairman, on this matter, the ayes have 5, the noes have 0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I'm pleased to say that the ayes have it, and the motion to adopt the final rule is hereby approved. Congratulations to the DSIO team for 2 final rules. Much appreciated. So now we will conclude today's open meeting with our final rule on position limit for derivatives. I want to recognize all of those that have participated in this rulemaking and who will be with us today on the line to field potential questions. Now, if we included everyone on video, I'm afraid it would bring down our system. So we will just include a few people on video, but everyone else is available on audio to answer any questions. So we will start, as always, with a staff presentation, and I want to recognize, first of all, our leadership of the Division of Market Oversight, Dorothy DeWitt, and I also want to recognize Vince McGonigal, the former DMO acting director who helped drive this rule. I also want to recognize our 3 team leaders in DMO on this project, Aaron Brodsky, who led the team for the January proposal, Stephen Hadar, who led this team for this final rule, and Rachel Riker, who joined DMO as Chief Counsel this year and who has provided invaluable help to the team. For all the DMO staff who brought their expertise on market operations to make this rule as sound as it is, and they're joining us today as well, Lillian Cardona, Jeanette Curtis, Harry Hild, Steve Benton, Swati Shaw, Aleko Stamilius. To all our colleagues in the Office of Chief Economist who made sure this rule is analytically sound, and with us in particular we have Scott Mixon, the Acting Chief Economist, and Steve Kane. Also, the Office of General Counsel, as they ensured the rule covered all of our statutory obligations, in particular with the necessity finding, we have with us Dan Davis, Carlene Kim, Rob Schwartz, Paul Schlickstein, Martin White, Herminio Castro, and Jeff Burns. And then finally, we have staff from other divisions who took up the call to arms when we needed support, and they're joining us as well. Bridget Wiles and Rachel Hayes of the Enforcement Division, Chang Jung and Michael Erstein of DSIO, and Dana Brown and Dan Bernstein of the Office of International Affairs. So with that, I will hand the floor over to you, Darcy, to begin the presentation and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The final rule we present today to you and the Commission has benefited greatly from the feedback we received from over 75 market participants in the physical commodity industry submitted to us through comment letters in response to our January proposal. Most were overwhelmingly supportive. The final rule is further informed by invaluable feedback and insights that the team gained through meeting with every breed of market participants that wish to share their perspective on the proposed rule. We received comments from both from the financial industry entities and feeder associations. We conferred with producers of cotton and crude. We listened to sugar traders, Chevron, Shell, ICE, and CME. We contemplated the complexities of cotton with no fewer than 10 constituents. We noodled the nuances raised by nationals, and by that I mean the likes of the National Council of Farmer Cooperatives, National Grain and Feed Association, National Oilseed Processors Association, and National Rural Electric Cooperative Association. These are just a few. Indeed, we believe everyone who wanted to comment on or discuss the proposed rule received an audience with our staff as we sought to ensure that all voices were heard in finalizing the rule. The Commission staff who developed this final rule is made up of lawyers, economists, traders, and former farmers of America, myself sitting in the last part of that group. These staff members have spent decades considering these issues from the policy side, the industry side, and the producer side, bringing those perspectives to bear to ensure all perspectives were understood and to find the optimal balance to solve vexing, complex issues. Indeed, I'm presenting to you today as the proud daughter of the first woman member of our local Cattlemen's Association, having grown up on a farm raising seed stock beef cattle and tending corn and maize crops in our fields surrounded by rice farms, oil wells, and nat gas pipelines along the banks of the Colorado River in South Texas. I remember well the feast and the famine of farming experienced year in and year out by our families, friends, and neighbors in the local economy. We all face challenges of managing the risks of production and harvest, as well as the risk of a cash crunch arising out of the decision to invest in a new combine or auger, or of making do with another year without. And being able to manage your risk by locking in prices was and continues to be critical to farmers, manufacturers, producers in these physical commodities that we'll address today. Commission staff, the chairman, and if we may speak on your behalf, the commissioners, sought to listen to and understand the comments, needs, and perspectives of all market participants, producers, processors, distributors, speculators, and others. We did it in an effort to finalize the position limit rules in a pragmatic way that limits excessive speculation in our ag, energy, and metals markets, aiming to prevent corners and squeezes and chaotic price swings caused by speculative gamesmanship, activity that can distort the prices at which farmers, ranchers, and other industry participants in these physical commodities can lock in prices to hedge their risks. Aiming to finalize a rule that pleases all in all details is likely an unattainable goal, as a near decade of efforts to finalize this rule underscores. However, we feel satisfied and indeed proud to present to you today a final rule that we believe is pragmatic, balanced, and effective, achieving the decades-long goal of permitting our farmers and other physical commodities market participants to manage their risks effectively through the derivatives markets we oversee, encouraging liquidity and market participation globally, while limiting excessive speculation and preventing potential misconduct. I now turn it over to Rachel Riker, whom the chairman has introduced as our relatively new this year counsel to the Division of Market Oversight. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. The final rule that the team presents before you today is designed to limit the size of speculative position market participants may place in certain physical commodity derivatives. The limitations are intended to promote market integrity, market liquidity, and the price discovery process. The limits are also designed to protect the hedging abilities of commercial end users. The limits will not prevent commercial end users from entering into positions for legitimate hedging purposes. Updating position limits and bringing this final rule to the finish line in the midst of a global pandemic, no less, is a milestone to be sure, and at times resembles an ultramarathon. Yet, the team gracefully navigated around countless logistical hurdles and always kept in mind the needs of market participants and the goals of this rule. We are so lucky to have this dream team. Team, before I turn the presentation to you, Dorothy and I want to thank you for all of your hard work and also to thank all of your families for their patience and support during this time. Aaron Brodsky, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak. The final rule reflects the hard work of many team members and colleagues across the Commission. On behalf of the large group presenting here today, we would also like to thank the many colleagues who have contributed to this project, including colleagues throughout the Division of Market Oversight and staff detailed to DMO to help get this project across the finish line. We would also like to thank our colleagues in the Office of the General Counsel, the Office of the Chief Economist, and the Division of Enforcement. Finally, we would also like to thank the staff of Chairman Tarbert and the Commissioner's offices, which have helped us immensely in analyzing and improving this final rule. The final rule before you today is intended to achieve statutory directives and policy goals, including deterring and preventing corners and squeezes, while minimizing burdens on the farmers, ranchers, and end users that CFTC-regulated markets are meant to serve. By way of background, the Commission has long used position limits to protect futures markets from excessive speculation that can cause unreasonable or unwarranted price fluctuations. In 1938, the Commission's predecessor, the Commodity Exchange Commission, first promulgated position limits for grains. Since then, the Commission has continued to establish and enforce speculative position limits for futures and options on various agricultural commodities. The Commission's existing position limit regulations include three components. First, the level of the limit apply to 9 agricultural commodity derivative contracts. Second, exemptions from the limits. And third, regulations to determine which accounts and positions a person must aggregate for purposes of determining compliance with the position limit levels. The existing federal position limits function in parallel with exchange set limits required by the designated contract market core principles. The Commission has decades of experience applying federal position limits. However, the Commission recognizes that federal position limits are not the only tool for protecting markets. Other tools, such as surveillance by Commission and exchange staff, exchange set position limits and position accountability, rule enforcement reviews, and robust enforcement are also effective. To that end, the final rule contemplates a narrowly tailored position limits framework that recognizes differences across commodities, including differences in hedging practices by commercial end users, that focuses on derivatives contracts for which an antecedent necessity finding has been made, that focuses on a narrow subset of swaps that are truly economically equivalent, and that reduces duplication and inefficiency by leveraging existing expertise and processes at the exchange level. I will now turn it over to my colleague, Steve Hyder, who will provide an overview of the key improvements the final rule makes to the proposal.
Good morning. This is Steve Hyder. Thank you, Aaron. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the commissioners for this opportunity to speak. Based on the public feedback received, the final rule improves upon the proposal in 4 general categories, which I will identify here briefly and which my colleagues will discuss in greater detail momentarily. For the first general category, the final rule amends the proposal to better address the needs of bona fide hedgers and other market participants. It does so with 3 specific improvements to the proposal. For the first change, the final rule affirmatively addresses unfixed price transactions. The final rule now provides that commercial end users, that is, folks in the real economy, such as farmers and ranchers, that have entered into unfixed price transactions may qualify for an enumerated bona fide hedge. This was perhaps the most common request to minimize burdens on commercial end users. For the second specific change, the final rule has expanded the spread transaction definition to include additional common spread strategies. The final rule also now includes guidance for exchanges and market participants in connection with recognizing spreads. The third specific change involves the non-enumerated bona fide hedge application process. Under the final rule, market participants may now enter into their hedge position, while the non-enumerated hedge application is pending under Commission review, subject, of course, to the Commission either entering a stay or denying the application. For the second general category of improvements, the final rule amends the proposal's treatment for 2 specific commodity markets based on feedback from commercial end users. The first market is the Henry Hub natural gas market. The proposal applied an aggregate position limit across exchanges for all commodities. That means that if you have a position on a contract on exchange A, you have to add or aggregate it to your position in a related contract on exchange B for purposes of federal position limits. However, in response to commenters, federal position limits for natural gas under the final rule will now apply on a disaggregated or per exchange basis. The second market involves cotton. In response to commenters and a supplemental letter from the listing exchange, the spot month limit will be reduced from the proposed level. Similarly, the final rule also reduces the non-spot single month limit for cotton compared to the proposal. For the third general category of improvements, the final rule now appropriately tailors the contract types that are subject to position limits based again on feedback from bona fide hedgers. Specifically, the final rule excludes calendar month average contracts, since these types of contracts are commonly used by commercial end users and relatively less susceptible to manipulation. For the fourth general category of improvement, the final rule offers a practical compliance period. The final rule maintains the proposal's 12-month compliance period for federal limits for the 16 new non-legacy commodity contracts. But the final rule now also provides an additional 12 months, for a total of 2 years, for economically equivalent swaps. I will now turn over the presentation to my colleagues, Bridget Wiles and Michael Erstein, who will provide an overview of the contract types covered by the proposal. Bridget?
Thank you, Steve, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak about the final rule. The final rule creates the new defined term reference contract to include three categories of contracts: core reference futures contracts, linked contracts, and economically equivalent swaps. Contracts that fall within these categories are subject to federal position limits. The first category, core reference futures contracts, which we will refer to as CRFCs.
Hi, this is Darcy. I just want to interrupt just briefly and just ask that those who may be speakers on this call kindly mute their phones. And apologies for that interruption. Please carry on.
No worries. Generally includes the 25 largest physically settled futures contracts in terms of open interest and volume. Specifically, the 25 CFRCs include the existing 9 legacy agricultural futures currently subject to federal position limits and 16 additional futures contracts. Of the 16 additional contracts, 7 are agricultural, 5 are metals, and 4 are energy contracts. The second category, linked contracts, includes futures contracts and options thereon that are directly or indirectly linked to either the price of the applicable CRFC or to the price of the same commodity underlying the applicable CFRC for delivery at the same location. This category generally consists of cash-settled lookalike futures and specifically excludes the following 6 contract types: location-based contracts, commodity index contracts, contracts that are based on prices across a month, for example, a calendar month average contract, outright contracts that are based on a price reporting agency index price, swap guarantees, and certain trade options. Generally speaking, staff believes that linked and physically settled futures contracts form one market and therefore should be subject to federal position limits. Specifically, staff has observed that it is common for the same market participant to arbitrage linked and physically settled contracts. Staff has also observed instances where linked and physically settled contracts were used together to manipulate the markets. For the third category, economically equivalent swaps, I'll now turn the presentation over to my colleague, Michael.
Thank you, Bridget, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. The third reference contract category includes economically equivalent swaps. The CEA requires the Commission to establish limits for economically equivalent swaps as appropriate, simultaneous with position limits on futures. Since the CEA does not define economically equivalent, staff has applied its expertise in construing this term. A swap qualifies as economically equivalent so long as the swap shares identical material contractual specifications, terms, and conditions with the reference contract, disregarding differences with respect to any of the following 3 things. Number 1, lot size or notional amount. 2, post-trade risk management arrangements. And 3, delivery dates for physically settled swaps, as long as these delivery dates diverge by less than 1 calendar day from the reference contract's delivery date. However, there is an exception for natural gas swaps. Natural gas swaps qualify as economically equivalent if a swap's delivery date diverges by less than 2 calendar days rather than 1 calendar day. This exception captures penultimate natural gas swaps. Compared to other futures markets, the natural gas market includes relatively active, cash-settled penultimate futures. Therefore, the economically equivalent definition is slightly expanded to include natural gas penultimate swaps. Staff observes that there is a difference between swaps traded over-the-counter, or OTC, and exchange-traded futures. OTC swaps are bilaterally negotiated and customizable. As a result, it is necessary to have a relatively narrow economically equivalent definition to prevent market participants from inappropriately netting down their CRFC positions against bespoke swaps that may not necessarily offer identical economic exposure to the CRFC. Further, CEA Section 4AA2 requires the Commission to strive to ensure that federal position limits will not cause price discovery to shift to foreign venues. Accordingly, the economically equivalent definition is cognizant of the corresponding European Union definition. While the definitions are similar, the EU's definition requires only identical terms rather than identical material terms. This economically equivalent swap definition is relatively broader than the EU's in that the definition explicitly covers swaps with different non-material terms. Staff believes that this will deter market participants from inappropriately avoiding position limits merely by changing an immaterial term of a swap that otherwise offers identical economic exposure to a CRFC, while the definition remains mindful of the EU's definition as required by the CEA. I'll now turn over the presentation to Chang Jung and Steve Benton, who will provide an overview of the federal position limit levels.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and all of the commissioners for the opportunity to speak about the final rule. The final rule recognizes that during the spot month, physically settled contracts can, in certain circumstances, be at risk of corners and squeezes, which can distort pricing, make it more costly to implement hedge strategies, and harm the underlying cash market. To protect against these and other manipulative activity, as well as to curb excessive speculation, the final rule includes federal spot month position limits for the 25 core reference futures contracts and their associated reference contracts. The final rule spot month limits are generally set at or below 25% of estimated deliverable supply. Estimated deliverable supply for each commodity was calculated by the exchanges and has been reviewed, analyzed, and verified by Commission staff. The Commission has long used 25% of estimated deliverable supply as the maximum permitted level when setting spot month limits because it has historically been an effective deterrent against corners and squeezes. Specifically, with this limitation in place, any potential economic gains resulting from market manipulation is generally insufficient to justify the potential costs. Furthermore, in setting the federal spot month limits, the Commission sought to ensure sufficient liquidity for bona fide hedgers and ensure that the levels took into account differences between markets. For most contracts, the final rule spot month limit levels are generally higher than the existing federal and exchange set spot month levels. This increase is primarily driven by the increases in estimated deliverable supply of the underlying commodity for each core reference futures contract. However, there are several contracts for which the spot month levels remain unchanged. Outside of the spot month, federal position limits would only apply to the 9 legacy agricultural contracts that are currently subject to federal position limits and their associated reference contracts. Contracts on the other 16 commodities would be subject to federal position limits only during the spot month and would be subject to exchange set position limits or exchange set position accountability outside of the spot month. Such exchange set position limits or position accountability would be mandatory and would be subject to Commission oversight and to standards established by the Commission, including that the levels be necessary and appropriate to reduce the potential threat of market manipulation or price distortion of the contract or the underlying commodities price or index. The final rule's non-spot month limits are generally set at 10% of open interest for the first 50,000 contracts, with an incremental increase of 2.5% of open interest thereafter. This formula reflects a limited change from the existing long-standing formula, which applies a 2.5% incremental increase at 25,000 contracts rather than 50,000 contracts. The final rule is adopting this change as a result of the significant increases in open interest in many markets and as a result of the changes in the composition of market participants who trade in these markets. For 2/3 of the contracts, the final rule's non-spot month levels are set higher than the existing levels, primarily due to the increase in open interest. However, for the other third, the non-spot month levels remain unchanged from existing levels. Although the final rule is generally adopting the federal spot month and non-spot month position limit levels as proposed, there are changes with respect to 2 contracts, First, with respect to natural gas contracts, the final rule is applying the 2000 contract spot month level for cash-settled natural gas contracts on a per exchange and per OTC swaps market basis, instead of aggregating the positions across all markets. As a result, a market participant may hold up to 2,000 cash-settled natural gas contracts on NYMEX, 2,000 on ICE, 2,000 on Nodal, and 2,000 in the OTC swaps market. This change is driven by the comments received, and this is consistent with the existing spot month position limit framework currently in place at the exchange level. No changes are being made with respect to the physically settled natural gas contracts. Second, with respect to cotton contracts, the final rule is decreasing the spot month limit level from the proposed level of 1,800 contracts to 900 contracts. Also, the final rule is adopting a lower single month limit level of 5,950 contracts, which is half of its proposed single month level. These changes are driven by the comments received from the end users of the cotton contracts. No changes being made with respect to the proposed all-month combined limit level. Next, my colleague Lillian Cardona will provide an overview of the final rule standards for granting exemptions from federal position limits.
Thank you, Chang. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Lillian Cardona. I'm an Assistant Chief Counsel in DMO's Office of the Chief Counsel. As Chang mentioned, I'm going to speak a little bit about some of the exemptions that are provided for in the final rule. The final rule before you today provides exemptions for positions that qualify as a bona fide hedging transaction or position, spread transactions, a financial distress position, and what is referred to as the conditional spot month limit exemption, which relates to spot month positions in natural gas reference contracts. I'll also note that pre-enactment and transition period swaps are also exempted from this rule, as they will not be subject to federal position limits. And next, I'd like to sort of focus my remarks on the exemption for positions that are recognized as bona fide hedges. And I'll first highlight some of the amendments to the bona fide hedge definition, and then shift to focus on some changes to the bona fide hedges that are enumerated in our regulations. So with regard to amendments to the bona fide hedge definition, the final rule amends the existing definition by amending the existing general elements required for a position to be deemed a bona fide hedge. And in accordance with amendments to Dodd-Frank, it adds a new provision in the definition to allow, as bona fide hedging, a position that reduces the risk of a swap, that is a pass-through swap and a pass-through swap offset. Regarding the general elements of the bona fide hedging definition, I would like to highlight two amendments that would be finalized in this rule as proposed. First, the final rule is eliminating the word normally from the definition's temporary substitute test to require that a bona fide hedge must always, and not just normally, be a substitute for positions in the physical marketing channel. As a result, with this amendment, positions in previously granted risk management exemptions must be reduced, of course, unless that position otherwise qualifies as a pass-through swap or a bona fide hedge. And second, the final rule would codify the existing practice and treatment of price risk by making it explicit in the rule text that the word risks in the economically appropriate prong of the bona fide hedge definition refers to and is limited to price risk. Now, while this amendment is codifying the existing practice and treatment of price risk, in response to public comments, the final rule clarifies that the Commission acknowledges the price risk can be informed and impacted by other types of non-price risk, such as geopolitical turmoil or weather risk. You'll note the preamble also states that this clarification on price risk is limited to the bona fide hedge exemption and does not change how market participants may otherwise hedge price risk with contracts that are not subject to position limits, to federal position limits. Now, as I mentioned, shifting a little bit to the amendments from the bona fide hedging definition itself, the final rule also amends the current bona fide hedges that are listed or enumerated in our regulations by first expanding most of the existing enumerated hedges. For example, the final rule eliminates the 5-day rule or the prohibition on holding certain enumerated bona fide hedges in the last 5 days of trading, as well as expanding our existing cross-commodity enumerated hedge, which now would apply to all the enumerated hedges, including the unfilled anticipated requirements hedge and the hedge of anticipated merchandising. In addition, another change to our existing enumerated hedges is actually an increase in the universe of enumerated hedges, and it would be increasing it by adding 5 new enumerated hedge categories, which include, as I mentioned, the hedges of anticipated merchandising. As was evident in the public comments, many commenters stated that the amended bona fide hedge definition, together with the expanded enumerated hedges, will ensure that the most common hedging practices across the different commodity markets subject to this rule would not be subject to position limits. And next, my colleague, Harry Hill, will provide an overview of the final rule's treatment of unfixed price transactions and bona fide hedging.
Thank you, Lillian. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Harold Hild. I'm a policy advisor in DMO's Market Intelligence Branch. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. In response to the proposal, many commenters requested the Commission either clarify or make explicit that the bona fide hedge definition would apply to commodity derivative contracts used to hedge exposure to price risk arising from unfixed price transactions. The final rule addresses the concerns of commenters and broadens this treatment of unfixed price commitments for commercial participants. Commercial participants that enter into unfixed price transactions may qualify for bona fide hedge treatment under the enumerated anticipatory hedges, that is, the anticipatory hedges of unfilled anticipated requirements, unsold anticipated production, and anticipatory merchandising. These anticipatory hedge categories apply to commercial participants such as processors, producers, and merchandisers engaged in a variety of commercial hedging practices. Underlying unfixed price purchases and or sales commitments are among the accepted transactions that can be utilized by them under the anticipatory hedge categories. The Commission has a long history in overseeing some of these hedges by agricultural processors currently granted under Regulation 1.48. The proposal did not directly address the treatment of unfixed price commitments as a general matter. Staff, however, has previously considered the extent to which market participants with unfixed price commitments may qualify for an enumerated hedge in Staff Interpretive Letter 12-07. In short, that interpretive letter clarified that commercial hedgers may qualify for the existing enumerated bona fide hedge for unfilled anticipated requirements even if the commercial entity has entered into a long-term unfixed price supply or requirements contract because, as staff explained in the letter, the unfixed price purchase contract does not fill the commercial entity's anticipated requirements. The final rule adopts this view and expands it by applying it to all 3 enumerated anticipatory hedges included in the final rule. The final rule declines, however, to create a new standalone enumerated hedge category for the unfixed price transactions. Such a category is essentially unnecessary given that the final rule allows commercial participants with unfixed price commitments to qualify for the enumerated anticipatory hedges. Further, given the differences among the various cash markets, creating a new category or an enumerated bona fide hedge for any of these unfixed price transactions could, under certain circumstances, harm market integrity, enable potential market manipulation, and or allow excessive speculation by potentially affording bona fide hedge treatment for speculative transactions. Next, my colleague Jeanette Curtis will provide an overview on the proposed process for granting exemptions.
Thank you, Harry, again, and good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak. Again, my name is Jeanette Curtis. I am an Assistant Chief Counsel in the Division of Market Oversight's Office of the Chief Counsel. As Lillian and Harry just discussed, this final rule provides different types of exemptions from federal position limits. The final rule also sets forth different processes for market participants to request such exemptions from federal limits. The Commission received several comments on these different processes, and this final rule reflects an approach that responds to commenters' views and that is designed to facilitate efficient hedging by commercial end users. In addition, I'd like to note that the final rule also includes rules governing exchange set position limits and exemptions therefrom. However, this presentation focuses on how market participants will request exemptions from federal position limits. First, I will address the processes for obtaining enumerated and non-enumerated bona fide hedge exemptions, and next I will discuss the processes for relying on other types of exemptions available under the final rule. So first up, with respect to bona fide hedges that are enumerated in Appendix A of the regulations, the final rule allows these bona fide hedges to be self-effectuating for purposes of federal position limits. And this simply means that market participants would not be required to request the Commission's approval before exceeding position limits, federal position limits. Next, with respect to bona fide hedges that do not fit within one of the enumerated hedges in Appendix A, these positions may be considered non-enumerated bona fide hedges that would not be self-effectuating. And this simply means that a market participant would be required to obtain the Commission's approval for holding such positions in excess of federal limits, and the final rule provides two different options for requesting the Commission's approval. Under the first option, a person could apply directly to the Commission under Section 150.3b of the final rule for approval of their non-enumerated bona fide hedge, and after the Commission approves the application, the person would need to then apply to the relevant exchange for an exemption from the exchange's position limits. We recognize, however, that requiring market participants to comply with the different federal and exchange level processes creates inefficiencies in the application process. So the final rule offers a second streamlined alternative that leverages existing exchange processes with which many bona fide hedgers are familiar. Under this second option in Section 150.9 of the final rule, a person could submit one application directly to an exchange to obtain a non-enumerated bona fide hedge exemption that would be valid for purposes of both federal and exchange set position limit requirements. Under this streamlined process, when an exchange approves a non-enumerated bona fide hedge application for purposes of exchange set limits, the Commission will then have a 10 or 2-day period to review and make a determination with respect to that application. If the Commission and not Commission staff does not deny or stay the application within its review period, then the non-enumerated bona fide hedge is considered approved for purposes of federal position limits. And I want to note here that in response to commenters' views on the proposal, the final rule permits market participants to exceed federal limits during the Commission's 10-day review period at their own risk. And so if the Commission ultimately denies the application and a person has exceeded federal limits already, the Commission will not pursue a position limits violation so long as the application was filed in good faith and the market participant reduces their position within a commercially reasonable time. I'll also note that for either enumerated or non-enumerated bona fide hedges, under the final rule, market participants will no longer be required to file the Form 204 or 304 with the Commission on a monthly basis to demonstrate cash market positions justifying position limit overages. Instead, the Commission will have access to any cash market information the market participant files with the exchange. And so next, the rule also prescribes how market participants can rely on other types of exemptions, including exemptions for spread transactions and the conditional natural gas spot month limit position exemption. So for spread exemptions that meet the spread transaction definition in Section 150.1 of the final rule, and for positions that meet the conditional natural gas spot month limit exemption in Section 150.3 of the rule, these exemptions are self-effectuating, and under the final rule, a person is not required to obtain Commission approval. Finally, for spread exemptions that do not meet the spread transaction definition in Section 150.1 of the rule, these positions must be approved by the Commission under Section 150.3 of the final rule. However, we expect that any such requests are likely to be very rare because the final rule now broadens the spread transaction definition to better capture most, if not all, of the most common spread strategies currently offered by exchanges. So next, my colleague Rachel Hayes will discuss the compliance period for the final rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeanette, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and all of the commissioners for the opportunity to speak about the compliance date of the final rule. The proposed rule provided a single general compliance date of 365 days after publication in the Federal Register. In addition, the proposal provided that previously granted risk management exemptions would have to be eliminated after the final rule's effective date. The final rule modifies the proposal by providing two compliance dates. First, the final rule provides market participants and exchanges a general compliance date of January 1st, 2022. This general compliance date applies to the 16 non-legacy core reference futures contracts that will be subject to federal limits for the first time, as well as any associated reference contracts other than economically equivalent swaps. The general compliance date of January 1st, 2022 also applies to exchanges for purposes of establishing exchange set position limits and provisions associated with exemptions. Because the final rule does not require exchanges to increase exchange set position limits, an exchange may raise their exchange set limits as high as the corresponding federal position limit immediately on the effective date. They may phase in exchange set position limits over time, or they may raise or not raise exchange position limits at all. Second, the final rule establishes a separate compliance date of January 1st, 2023 for economically equivalent swaps and for the elimination of previously granted risk management exemptions. The final rule delays the compliance date for economically equivalent swaps for an additional year in response to comments that we received requesting additional time to mitigate the legal, operational, and compliance challenges of implementing position limits for swaps for the first time. Last, with respect to the 9 legacy agricultural contracts, the new federal position limits and the expanded list of enumerated hedges go into effect on the effective date. The legacy agricultural contracts are already subject to federal position limits, and the final rule generally increases those limits. A compliance period for these contracts is unnecessary because market participants trading in these markets are already familiar with position limits and have established necessary monitoring and compliance programs. And now I turn the presentation over to my colleague, Stephen Hyder.
Thank you, Rachel. And I want to thank all members of the Position Limits team for this wonderful presentation. Mr. Chairman, the Position Limits team is now ready for any questions that you and your fellow commissioners may have. Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much for that wonderful and very extensive presentation. as well as for all the great work that went into preparing this rule for our consideration today. To begin the Commission's deliberations, I'll now entertain a motion to adopt a final rule on position limits for derivatives.
So moved.
Second. Thank you. I'd now like to open the floor for the commissioners to ask any questions, and we're actually going to have 2 rounds of questions because we want to make sure there's a lot of discussion and people have the time to ask any questions of our team that they need. So I'll go ahead and go first. I have just a couple of questions actually, and then I might make a few comments or observations. So the first question I have, and I'm not sure if this is to Lillian or maybe to Harold who mentioned this, but I'd like it if you could walk us through how the enumerated exemptions would apply to a producer, a merchandiser, or an end user. So sort of like an example that has a contract to buy or sell a commodity at an unfixed price. This had been a major concern for commercial market participants. I know in particular cotton and also in the energies where just people often sell in advance, but they don't do so at a fixed price, but they say, you know, we'll give you 1 million bales of cotton and we're going to sell it for X amount, or we're going to sell it for the amount that will be decided on the day of the sale, or some other mechanism where the price isn't determined in advance. And I want to make sure we understand when the unenumerated hedge can account for those types of unfixed price contracts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Lillian. I will start, and I'm sure Harry will have a few things to add as well. I guess the first thing I will say is generally, you know, each market participant will sort of see based on their own business and the facts and circumstances for the types of risks that they're hedging. That'll sort of be the first driver into how they decide to look at the expanded list of enumerated hedges. But generally speaking, you know, if you assume the market participant easily qualifies as a producer, certainly the hedge of unsold anticipated production is a hedge that they could use to hedge the risks that they have from the unfixed price transactions that you mentioned, as well as other unsold production that may not yet have been, you know, contracted for, that they may not have yet sold. So it's really more about them, you know, depending on the type of market participant, they have many avenues under the enumerated bona fide hedges. So again, they do not need a pre-approval from the exchange to take, from the commission to take that hedge.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, this is Harry. I'll add in that this approach was supported by some of the comment letters that were filed on the proposal. The market participants must still qualify or must still satisfy the requirements of the anticipatory bona fide hedges. I think Lillian might have mentioned that. But the new hedge, I guess the newest hedge, is the anticipatory merchandising hedge, and there's essentially 2 prongs to that test to qualify for that. Is that you are get to be approved for up to 12 months worth of your anticipatory merchandising needs, but also you have to demonstrate that you have a history, 12-month history of dealing or taking delivery or managing and dealing with that particular market.
Got it, right. So this goes beyond just the situation, which is more simplistic, where you sell something and the price is determined at a later time. This is really about, I am pretty sure I'm going to sell this merchandise that I have, but I don't know the price at which I'm gonna sell it for, but I know I need to hedge that risk now. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Exactly. Okay, excellent. Second question is that obviously we want to make sure that banks and dealers can continue offering commercial market participants the ability to hedge through swaps. This can be incredibly important for some commercial firms for capital efficiency reasons or the ability to hedge bespoke risk. So in other words, we've got a lot of producers out there, manufacturers, other people in the ag industry, energy, and maybe even metals that have very unique risks that aren't necessarily directly tied to the futures markets, and they may and there may also be other financing and other things that you know, they're doing at the same time. So they may want to go to their financial institution and say, can we enter into a swap transaction that is really targeted at the risk my business is going to face in the next couple of years? But then what happens, of course, is the financial institutions then take on that risk, and they need to then use our futures markets to offset that risk. And often they'll get all their swap contracts together, for example, and think about the overall risk to the institution, and then use the futures markets to offset or overlay some of that risk. So what are we doing in the final rule to make sure that dealers can use the pass-through swaps exemptions in an efficient manner?
Mr. Chairman, under the final rule, the bona fide hedge definition is amended to add this new provision, which would cover the exact situation that you just described, where a swap dealer or an entity that is entering into swaps with a bona fide hedger can then offset its risk with a bona fide hedge in the futures market. And in the final rule, unlike in the proposal, we agree that the dealer's counterparty, the bona fide hedger, is the suitable party to make the determination of that swap as a bona fide hedge. So it's a slight change that kind of makes it easier and reflects the counterparty's relationship.
Terrific. Well, thank you. Only just want to offer some final comments. Obviously, I said a lot in my opening statement, but I do think I want to respond to the idea that the events of April 20th should somehow hold up this rule. Obviously, the events of April 20th are very important, and I know the staff is dedicated to doing a report on those. But I want to just make clear, first of all, this rule is about making farmers, ranchers, producers, end users, and merchandisers to be able for them to access our futures markets and hedge their risk. So in other words, all of the enumerated hedges that we're working on. This rule is also about putting in place workable procedures for evaluating exemptions to position limits. This rule is about setting position limits that balance the liquidity needs of hedgers against the risk of corners and squeezes. And I might add for 25 specific, sort of core reference contracts, not just one. This rule is about the big picture of how position limits should work on orderly markets, and essentially it creates a framework. And that framework is really what we're doing today. And so in that respect, it is absolutely the end of an arduous journey where we are creating a new framework for position limits that I believe will stand the test of time. Now, obviously, within that framework, there's going to be a number of technical issues. So one of the issues that was raised, I think, was mentioned was the TAS issue, potential issue. Should we consider that? I view that as an interpretive issue. How do we apply our netting rules? Our current position limits rule is silent on that, but given that it's a technical issue, I would expect the Commission may consider that in the weeks and months ahead. It wouldn't necessitate another rulemaking, but I think it would be an interpretation of what we allow netting under our netting provision in the rule. There's also the WTI report, which was mentioned, and I'm relying on staff's good judgment, its expertise, and most importantly, to get it right. I understand it's going through a thorough peer review. So when that comes out, if that sheds any light on how we can continue to work within the framework of position limits that we're finalizing today, then obviously we're certainly open to that. And it could very well be that the events of the last 6 or 8 months change things like deliverable supply and other things where ultimately the adjustments can be made under our rule. But ultimately the key is that this is 10 years in the making. This creates the overall framework where we can go ahead and solve technical issues as we implement this over the next 2 to 3 years. And then the final point I'd like to make is just I want to commend my colleagues on the Commission for all of their work on this alongside, particularly the two commissioners who I think will not support this final rule, didn't support the proposal. But I will say throughout this entire process, we're continually engaged and offering constructive feedback and comments when I think they didn't have to. They could have just said, look, we don't support this, we're not even going to bother. offering up comments and constructive feedback, but they didn't do that. They really worked hard on it, and I think it demonstrates their collegiality, their professionalism, and their commitment to the commission. And so I want to thank all of my fellow commissioners for all of their hard work in the rule that we're going to vote on today. With that, I think that concludes my first round of questions, and I'd like to pass it on to Commissioner Quintens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just first congratulate you on your leadership on getting us to today, and as my colleague Commissioner Benham said, getting this across the finish line. It's been 10 years in the making. I personally believe that that's long enough. Some may not, but I think it is, especially with all of the comments that we've received on 4 prior proposals and 1 vacated final rule. I think now is the time to get this done. Let me compliment the team, Dorothy and Vince, Rachel, Dan Davis, Rob Schwartz, Aaron, Stephen. I wish I could go through all of you, and I see a lot of your names here, but I also wish that we would have been able to do this in person so that I could, shake all of your hands, when that had been allowed, or maybe even give you hugs, whatever would be most appropriate. But it's wonderful that you've gotten us to today. I think Rachel described this as an ultramarathon. I think that you may have been sprinting that ultramarathon to get here. So congratulations on your endurance and your conditioning. It's great to be here with you today, and I'm very pleased to support this rule today. I think what I'll do is because I didn't go through my statement originally during the opening statement, I think I'd like to read a good portion of that first to lay the groundwork for my rationale for supporting this rule and why I believe it's so well done, and then maybe move to a few questions before yielding back to my colleagues. So if you'll bear with me for a minute. I'm very pleased to support the agency's revitalized approach to position limits. The rulemaking finalized today follows 4 proposals and 1 vacated final rule since the passage of Dodd-Frank, and is, in my opinion, by far the strongest of all. Today's rule promotes flexibility, certainty, and market integrity for end users, farmers, ranchers, energy producers, transporters, processors, manufacturers, merchandisers, all who use physically settled derivatives to manage their exposure to physical goods. The rule includes an expansive list of enumerated and self-effectuating bona fide hedge exemptions and spread exemptions, and, importantly, a streamlined and exchange-centered process to adjudicate non-enumerated bona fide hedge exemption requests. I'm pleased that the rule seriously considered the usability of hedging exemptions, something which I strongly advocated, but in particular, I would like to recognize and thank Commissioner STUMP for her leadership on those issues. In contrast to the Commission's failed proposal rulemakings in 2011, 2013, and 2016, as well as the vacated final rule from 2012, this rule, in my view, is the most true to the CEA in many significant respects. It requires, as has long been the Commission's practice, a necessity finding before imposing position limits. It includes economically equivalent swaps. And perhaps most importantly, it balances the interests that are stated in the statute, which we have to consider, among promoting liquidity, deterring manipulation, and ensuring the price discovery function of the underlying market is not disrupted. The confluence of these factors occurs most acutely in favor of position limits only in the spot month, only for physically settled contracts. In the spot month, price convergence through the delivery mechanism is particularly vulnerable to potential manipulation or disruption due to outsized positions. By establishing position limits for non-legacy contracts only in the spot month, the rule, in my view, elegantly balances the countervailing policy interests enumerated in the statute. Through staff's serious consideration of over 70 public comments, almost all of which came from market participants, the final rule significantly improves on what appeared in the proposal. Examples of modifications based on public comment include considerations of gross hedging, price risk, the pass-through swap exemption, spot month limits for natural gas and cotton, a special non-spot month, single month limit for cotton, spread exemptions, and the Commission's review of exchange-granted non-enumerated hedge exemptions. With regard to enumerated bona fide hedges, the final rule took into account several suggestions from commenters. The proposed enumerated hedges were already a significant improvement upon previously proposed hedge exemptions. For example, the proposal eliminated the mandatory 5-day rule and no longer conditioned cross-commodity hedging on the needlessly rigid quantitative test. Now, under the final rule, the enumerated hedges will be even more practical. For example, the final rule makes clear that a hedger with only an unfixed price cash commodity sale or purchase, but not an offsetting pair, may rely on one of the three anticipatory hedges. The final rule also makes clear that the new anticipatory merchandising hedge can be used both by integrated energy firms and by firms that limit their business to merchandising. Furthermore, the final rule permits the anticipatory merchandising hedge to now be used in conjunction with storage hedges. I support the final rule's determination to delay by 2 years two important elements that will require significant changes in the marketplace: the imposition of position limits on swaps economically equivalent to the reference futures contracts, and the required unwinding of previously elected risk management exemptions. It's prudent to allow for that additional time. And now on to the necessity finding. Today's rule correctly premises new limits on a finding that they are necessary to diminish, eliminate, or prevent the burden on interstate commerce from extraordinary price moves caused by excessive speculation in specific contracts, as Congress has long required in the CEA and its legislative precursors since 1936. I'm pleased that the rule complies with the District Court's ruling in the ISDA position limits litigation, that the Commission must decide whether Section 4A of the CEA mandates the CFTC set new limits, only permits the CFTC to set such limits pursuant to a necessity finding. As the District Court noted, quote, the Dodd-Frank amendments do not constitute a clear and unambiguous mandate to set position limits. I agree with the rule's determination that when read together, paragraphs 1 and 2 of Section 4A demand a necessity finding. As I said during the proposal's consideration, the language in paragraph 1 of this subsection, to which Section 4AA2A refers directly, dates back almost verbatim to legislation passed in 1936, in which Congress directed the CFTC's precursor to make a necessity finding before imposing position limits. The congressional report accompanying the CEA from the 74th Congress includes the following directive, quote, Section 4A of the CEA gives the Commodity Exchange Commission, or precursor agency, the power, after due notice and opportunity for a hearing and a finding of a burden on interstate commerce caused by such speculation, to fix and proclaim limits on futures trading. In its ISDA opinion, the District Court noted the following, quote, this text clearly indicated that Congress intended for the CFTC to make a, quote, finding of a burden on interstate commerce caused by such speculation, end of quote, prior to enacting position limits, end of quote. If Congress intended that the Commission impose position limits on all physical commodity derivatives, there's little reason it would have referred to paragraph 1 and the Commission's long-established practice of necessity findings. Instead, the plain reading of the deliberate word choices by Congress intended to focus the Commission's attention on whether additional position limits should be considered for a broader set of contracts than the legacy agricultural contracts, which is exactly what the Commission is doing today. The rule also determines that position limits are necessary to diminish, eliminate, or prevent the burden on interstate commerce posed by unreasonable or unwarranted price moves that are attributable to excessive speculation in 25 reference commodity markets, each of which play a crucial role in the U.S. economy. Additionally, and conversely, the rule also explicitly states that the contracts on which the reference limits are placed are the only contracts which met the necessity finding. It says that no other contracts met that necessity test, and position limits on them are therefore unnecessary. I'm aware that there is significant skepticism in the marketplace and among academics as to whether position limits are an appropriate tool to guard against extraordinary price movements caused by extraordinarily large position sizes. Some argue there is no evidence that excessive speculation currently exists in U.S. derivatives markets. Others believe that large and sudden price fluctuations are not caused by hyper-speculation, but rather by market participants' interpretations of supply and demand fundamentals, some of which can swing rapidly. In contrast, still others believe that outsized speculative positions, however defined, may aggravate price volatility, leading to price run-ups or declines that are not fully supported by market fundamentals. In my opinion, one thing is predominantly clear. Position limits should not be viewed as a means to counteract long-term directional price moves. The CFTC is not a price-setting agency, and we should not impede the market from reflecting long-term supply and demand fundamentals. A case in point is palladium, the physically settled contract which has seen the largest sustained price increase recently over the last 2 years, and which has also seen its exchange set position limit decline 4 times since 2014 to what is now the smallest limit of any contract in the reference contract set. Nevertheless, between the start of 2018 and the end of 2019, palladium futures rose 76%. Taking these conflicting views and facts into account, it is clear the Commission correctly stated in its 2013 proposal that, quote, there is a demonstrable lack of consensus in the academic studies, end of quote, as to the effectiveness of position limits. With that healthy dose of skepticism in mind and in strict accordance with the balance of factors which Dodd-Frank added to the CEA for the Commission to consider, I think the rule appropriately focuses on the time period and contract type where position limits can have the most positive and least negative impact, the spot month of physically settled contracts, while also calibrating those limits to function as just one of many tools in the Commission's regulatory toolbox that can be used to promote credible, well-functioning derivatives and cash commodity marketplaces. Let me actually transition from there to a few concrete questions that I would like to ask the staff. I think some of these did come up in the presentations. I think I have maybe a slightly more detailed question than maybe what was addressed, or maybe just a request to repeat some of the information that was already provided. The first involves the possibility of changing the limits in the future. Could the staff explain why it recommends that the Commission not commit to reconsidering the limit levels on a regular basis going forward in light of market developments, such as changes in estimated deliverable supply and new open interest data? Given how long it has been since this was done, I think that there is a cost and a benefit to doing that. We shouldn't be doing it too frequently, but at some point it may be a good idea. But if I could just get some thinking there from the staff on that process and how it foresees, the need for a future Commission to revisit this.
Thank you for your question, Commissioner. This is Steve Benton. To answer your question, it makes more sense for the CFTC and exchanges to retain some flexibility when it comes to when there's a need to adjust the limits. Estimated deliverable supplies is the key metric that we use to determine the spot month limit. And a predetermined schedule may not coincide with changes that we see in estimated deliverable supplies or changes that we note in the market itself, in the trading. The Commission's Regulation 152F will provide flexibility and authority for the Commission to request an update of estimated deliverable supplies from one or more exchanges on one or more commodities at a particular time. In addition, exchanges retain the flexibility to adjust their exchange set position limits so long as they are not higher than the Commission's federal limit. Changes to the Commission's limits would require a rulemaking process, which includes a proposal and a comment period and a final rule. The Commission simply asking for an update of estimated deliverable supply does not mean that there will be a change in the final rule or federal position limit rule 150.2, but at least we're looking at it.
Okay, thank you very much for that. That was a very comprehensive answer. I appreciate that. And I think a lot of the things you said there, especially about requiring a follow-on rulemaking, are important. In terms of the use of the estimated deliverable supply data, could I hear an explanation as to why staff believes that the estimates of deliverable supply it relied upon in recommending the limit levels to the Commission are suitable?
Again, sir, this is me, Steve Benton. Thank you for your question. When we reviewed the deliverable supply estimates for this rulemaking, staff reviewed, verified, analyzed each of the estimated deliverable supply data and the methodologies that the exchanges provided. In many cases, staff consulted in industry experts to verify that the exchange figures were reasonable, in addition to our own analysis. That included looking at alternative methodologies internally on the staff level. Some of the estimates of deliverable supply figures that the CFTC ultimately relied on had been refined according to CFTC input in conversations with the exchanges, and ultimately Commission staff was comfortable and verified that the estimates of deliverable supplies were reasonable.
Okay, thanks again, Steve. I appreciate that. I'd like to move on to cross-commodity hedging, if I could. Could I hear an explanation as to how the cross-commodity enumerated hedge that's included in the final rule today differs from the proposal by taking some concerns from the energy industry into account?
Yes, Commissioner. Unlike in the proposal, under the final rule, as you indicated, supported by the market participants in the energy industry, the enumerated cross-commodity hedge now permits cross-commodity hedging for both the unfilled anticipated requirements hedge and the anticipated merchandising hedge.
Okay, great, thank you. This is my last question for this round. I'd like to focus on the discussion that occurred in the staff presentation on price risk and the economically appropriate test. The final rule, like the proposal, includes a requirement that the hedging exemption be premised on hedging price risk, but the preamble clarifies, as was described, that things like weather events or changes in a counterparty's creditworthiness, for example, could lead to price risk. I think those were important concepts to tie together. I feel as though the prior proposals and market participants may have been talking past each other a little bit. So I appreciate the inclusion of that description. But could staff please discuss how price risk, as evidenced by other such events, could be hedged under the final rule?
Sure, happy to take that. Thank you for the question. This is Harry Hild. And just to kind of level set real quick, the main qualifier, or where one could draw the line, is to look for the presence of an underlying cash transaction when considering those different types of price risk. Commercial participants with cash market transactions that are subject to risk can utilize hedges in derivative markets to manage the price risk of that underlying transaction. To satisfy the economically appropriate test, a position must ultimately offset the price risk of an underlying cash commodity. Non-price risk may also be a consideration in hedging decisions, and the final rule states that formed and impacted by non-price risk factors. Yet, price risk from an underlying cash commodity is required in order to satisfy the economically appropriate test.
Great. Thanks for that, Harry. Let me just conclude by saying that perhaps more than any other area of the CFTC's regulations, position limits directly affect the participants in America's real economy. Again, the farmers and the ranchers, the energy producers, the manufacturers, merchandisers, transporters, commercial end users that use these derivatives markets as a risk management tool to support their businesses. I'm pleased today's final rule takes into account many of their serious concerns that they voiced consistently in the rulemaking process that dates back almost 10 years. And I'm very pleased to support this today. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Quintens. Commissioner Benham.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the time to ask some questions. And again, thanks to the team, all of you for your work, Dorothy for your leadership, and certainly the other divisions, OGC, OCE, for your work in putting this together. And you know, despite despite not supporting this rule, I certainly meant what I said in my opening statement, and you know, been around this rule since 2011, and knowing its history and the sort of predecessor policy around position limits and the importance of it to our markets. You know, there's a lot of differences and a lot of vested interests and a lot of different positions to manage, I think, from a policy perspective to get to where we are today. So with that, I do want to commend all of you and thank you for all of your work. Mr. Chairman, I also want to thank you for your comments about engagement. You know, obviously, from my perspective, that's the most important responsibility we have as commissioners. We are bipartisan. We aim to be collegial and work together and find consensus and let the sort of friction of our differences produce better outcomes. And I think more often than not, we're able to do that. But, you know, unfortunately, sometimes we can't. But I think it demonstrates that we care deeply about our positions and we want to share our views and our opinions and do what we can to advocate as best we can so that the Commission can do its job better. I do want to ask a number of questions, and I'll kind of split them up for the first and second round. But I want to start with the WTI event, and Mr. Chairman, you mentioned this in sort of closing in your statements, and I appreciate your point of view, but you know, thinking about the position limits regime, thinking about the law that was created and the circumstances that really, I think, created it, if you think about the commodity prices and the commodity bubble that we experienced in the first decade of this century and closer to 2008, obviously. And obviously what we experienced in the April-May period was very different. You know, prices were falling sharply, and they were falling sharply because of a combination of events obviously related to COVID and the economic circumstances that we were going through, particularly at that time, and certainly some market dynamics, which I hope the team that is conducting the research will be able to unpack and share with us soon. But, you know, recalling very vividly the sort of advocates about this policy and whether or not position limits and speculative position limits needed to be implemented, you know, the full gamut of the constituency was sharing their views about what speculative limits would do for commodity prices and how excessive speculation led to excessive prices and what that meant for the end user community and obviously for the country and sort of our ability to purchase goods and fuel and any number of other commodities that we use on a day-to-day basis. And although we're in a very different situation with respect to the WTI event, it's still, I think, really we should focus on the reality of what happened is that at least potentially what happened. I don't want to make any conclusions, but when you have that kind of drastic move, it could potentially affect the end user community from being able to hedge risk and also discover prices, which is, you know, our core function as a market. So just want to focus on that particular instance, and I think within the context of this rulemaking and what we've been through over the past decade, I certainly appreciate the desire to just move forward and get this done. But, you know, if I look at this rule in many respects, notwithstanding obvious changes around the edges, a lot of what's happening is, you know, a little bit of status quo. We're obviously deferring to the exchanges. I mentioned that in my opening statement. I've mentioned that in my original dissent from January and in my larger dissent today. But, you know, if we are going to be able to find something or if there is some issues or policy matters that that are going to be exposed or revealed from the events in the April-May period, then I think it was certainly worth waiting. And I think those are the types of events that end users would care about, certainly if sort of non-end user speculators are driving prices up or down outside the scope of what the real economy and true market forces are determining. So with that, the preamble points out, and I'm going to quote, the Commission has been closely examining the circumstances surrounding the volatility in the WTI contract since it occurred in April 2020. Dorothy, I don't know if this is for you or someone on the staff, but if you could just give us a little bit of an update on the state of play and what we should expect. Not substantively, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, obviously, but the chairman mentioned that we're going through a little bit of a peer review process now, and I think it would be helpful for me and then the public writ large to understand where we are and what we might expect, when we might expect it in the hopefully near future. I think you're on mute, Dorothy.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Certainly, as you know, we've circulated internally a timeline to get to finish, but for the purposes of this meeting and the public, what I would say is that this is important. We want to get it right. This was a significant event in the marketplace, in this particular marketplace, in the context of quite a bit of volatility and market movement around caused by COVID-19. We are doing an interdepartmental peer review, and will proceed with the consideration, drafting, and analysis pace to meet what the chairman has committed publicly previously, which is finalization to the public by the end of the fall.
Thanks, Dorothy. And a quick follow-up, and I think I made this observation, and I didn't read all of the comment letters word for word, but at least if you can help me, there were a number of commenters who either requested or acknowledged the events and suggested that we take into consideration what happened as we consider the final rule. Is that right?
There was one that talked to it specifically, but I'm going to turn to my team to make sure we're giving you an accurate answer.
Thank you, Dorothy. Thank you, Commissioner Benham. This is Steve Heider. That's right. There were commenters that made that comment. Yes.
Okay. We'll leave it there. But I think it is, for the record, it's worth noting that there was some interest from the public to have a more conclusive view of the events before we move forward. If I can move to aggregation, and specifically 4AA6 and 4AA7, I know this was discussed in the presentation. I appreciate it. If we could just dig into this a little bit more. A lot of, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm generalizing, but I want to make this sort of easy for, I think, the audience and the public to understand, and also to have a conversation. We're certainly deferring a lot to the exchanges to oversee the limits regime. And this was mentioned, I think, at least in part, like I said. How are we going to be able to really appropriately execute the aggregation requirement within Section 4 if we're not doing sort of more hands-on, or taking on more of a hands-on responsibility as opposed to the exchanges, given their role, given their lack of data on certain markets, specifically the OTC markets, and their ability to aggregate positions across multiple multiple markets within the context of a single market participant, or multiple market participants within the single sort of like holding company or family.
Commissioner Benham, this is Stephen Heider. I also invite any other of my team members to add anything. So I think there's a couple of sub-questions. There's two concepts. The first, you mentioned the OTC market, generally referring to, if I understand the spirit of your question correctly, OTC swap markets. And then there's also aggregation for exchange-traded futures. So right. I will address the OTC swaps question first. And first and foremost, I just want to emphasize that for the purposes of federal limits, the Commission will, after the 2-year compliance period for economically equivalent swaps, of course, will monitor and enforce the OTC swaps markets, as well as other, market participants' exchange-traded positions for the purpose of compliance and enforcing federal position limits. So first and foremost, it's going to be an effort led by the Commission. This effort will additionally be supported and informed by additional information and insight that the Commission will build upon through by the issuance of the recent swap data reporting rules. So the Commission, I think, has developed in the past 10 years great insight into the OTC swaps market and will continue developing insight into the OTC swaps market by virtue of recent rulemakings. So first and foremost, it's the Commission that will be looking at this aggregated OTC issue. We do mention in the preamble that because of the issues that you've identified, that we're not going to require exchanges just yet to start looking into the OTC swaps market. Because of course, if they have that ability, they can. And then we will revisit this issue in 2 years when the compliance period for economically equivalent swaps is over. The second issue, I think, when you're talking about, when you're referring to position aggregation, you could, we can discuss in the context of exchange-traded futures and options on futures. And to an extent, that's already occurring right now. Right? With, I think, natural gas, you have positions on various exchanges. And we do understand that there is at least informal, if not formal, lines of communication between and among exchanges. But again, most importantly, we have the gold standard in terms of our enforcement and surveillance staff that, again, at the federal level, monitors those aggregate positions. In addition, and supplemented by and working with our partners at the exchanges. And we anticipate that that will continue to go forward. And it's not necessarily, especially with exchange-traded futures and options, it's not necessarily a change from the status quo. It's just an extension of the current partnership from the 9 legacy agricultural contracts to now 16 new additional contracts under federal position limits.
Thanks, Stephen. That's helpful. And I'm glad we have that sort of vision and plan over the course of the 2 years. Certainly a lot of work to do, a lot of assumptions, but I think we can get there with respect to the reporting rule, which I know is fresh, but a lot of moving parts. It's critical. I think one of the core sort of very clear mandates from the legislative requirement, from the statutory requirement is the aggregation policy and practice. And in order for us to do this and fulfill that responsibility well and appropriately, I think we're going to have, in my view, a bit of a more proactive role than I think this rule suggests. So look forward to working with you as that sort of plan and process is developed over the next 2 years and as we continue to engage with the exchanges. On that note, with regard to 4A6, I do want to ask about natural gas. This was also mentioned, I think, in the presentation, specifically the exemption under 4A7. I see Rob Schwartz, so I don't want to pick on you just because you're the only one I see, but I don't know. I think this might be someone for OGC or if someone from DMO knows the response to this, but just a little bit of the legal authority under 4A7 to provide this exemption. Do we have, obviously the Commission believes we have this authority. I'd like to just hear a little bit more specifically about the conversations or the deliberations that may or may not have happened regarding 4A7 with respect to the natural gas exemption.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think maybe Dan Davis is the right one to answer this one.
Perfectly fine. Thanks, Rob.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Benham. On aggregation, I think we've spelled it out in the preamble, but the simple notion is that we think that this is within the agency's authority in thinking about aggregation to a proper exercise of the authority to evaluate the aggregation limits.
Okay, and there was no conflict or no deliberation between what the statute requires versus what, the rules that we were making within the context of the statute and what Congress required us to do with respect to aggregation.
I guess maybe I don't understand the question. I mean, I don't want to go too deeply into the internal deliberations of the agency, but I can say at a high level, we did look at 4A7. We looked at our exemption authority. We looked at what the staff recommended here, and it did appear to us that the actions that DMO is taking and that staff is recommending in this rule is within the agency's authority within 4A7.
Okay. Thanks, Dan. I appreciate that. And Mr. Chairman, I think I'm going to reserve the remaining questions I have for the second round. So I will throw it back to you. Thanks.
Terrific. Thank you so much. Commissioner STUMP.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with all that has transpired in our country and our lives over the past year, it seems like ages ago that we were gathered together to consider proposing position limit amendments that we're now considering finalizing today. That was actually only a few months ago, back in January. And Rachel, I think, in opening this discussion, analogized that process to that of a marathon. And I just want to say to the team that's worked on this, some of you may feel as though you've run this race many times over. And I genuinely wish to thank you for allowing me to cross-train with you, both last winter and this summer when we had several detailed sessions, each lasting more than 2 to 3 hours. I very much appreciate the time you guys invested in addressing concerns I had, as well as hearing me out on things that we couldn't come to terms on. But I think you all have handled this remarkably well, and I'm hopeful that we're nearing the finish line. So with that, I'll turn to my questions. So I assume that most of the folks listening today are familiar with the proposed rule that we issued. So I'd like to spend my time asking about some of the issues that were raised by the commenters and how they were addressed and what changes were made in the rulemaking before us today. So there was some consternation back when we issued the proposal about the fact that the enumerated bona fide hedge recognitions were set out in an appendix. This created a little bit of anxiety that their status was that of acceptable practices and that market participants might not be able to count on these hedge recognitions. I see that the final rule maintains this appendix, and I was hoping that you guys could explain how the approach in the final rule has changed from the proposal and how maybe it addresses this concern.
Commissioner Stump, this is Lillian. Thank you for raising this nuanced but really important point. Although the enumerated hedges are set out in Appendix A to Part 150, the enumerated bona fide hedges are specifically incorporated by reference into the regulatory text in Section 150.3. So that's a slight change from the proposal, as you indicated, where they were kind of set out as more as acceptable practice. And so with this amendment in the final rule, the enumerated hedges in Appendix A are binding. And so, in effect, those hedging practices that qualify as enumerated bona fide hedges and that are included in Appendix A to Part 150 are self-effectuating, which my colleague Jeanette Curtis has sort of walked through in her opening remarks. And the important thing about the enumerated hedges is that no CFTC approval is required with respect to federal position limits. Although, as you know, the trader must still obtain an exemption from the exchange with respect to the exchange set limits.
Thank you. So turning now to something that others have discussed that I think is worth reiterating. Lillian and Harry both discussed unfixed price transactions, and I just want to walk through kind of what we do today, what we're thinking about, and how things have changed, or how they may not have changed. So hedges of offsetting unfixed price cash commodity sales and purchases have historically been recognized as enumerated bona fide hedges under our rules as they are in this rulemaking. These are hedges of risk where a market participant has both bought and sold the underlying cash commodity at unfixed prices. And many commenters requested that the final rule expand this enumerated bona fide hedge to include situations where one leg, but not both, is an unfixed price contract, or that such a situation be added as an independent enumerated bona fide hedge. I see that the final rule has done neither, and I was hoping that you could explain why and how we expect such hedging practices to qualify as enumerated bona fide hedge.
Well, this is Harry, Commissioner. Thank you for the question. Well, the final rule clarifies that with respect to any unfixed price forward transaction, the commercial market participants may qualify for one of those three enumerated hedges, and the qualifier is that they are a commercial participant. They demonstrate that they meet the threshold of what it takes to qualify for being a commercial market participant, and they're availed essentially any flavor of unfixed price transaction that they wish to use the markets to hedge. So it kind of makes the special treatment in the categorization for a unfixed price category in and of itself, standing in and of itself alone, kind of unnecessary. And back to what I mentioned maybe in my questions earlier, some of the complications between the different types of cash markets, and that we were rolling this rule out to 25 markets rather than obviously the previous agricultural ones. So there was only 9. There's a lot of intricacies among the different cash markets, how they operate, the different level of sophistication of the different types of participants in these markets. But one of the other things that we really pointed to among the cash markets was the delivery styles. The spot periods are all different in times and length. Delivery happens differently. So there was kind of a focus on convergence. So coming up with a one-size-fits-all solution for the unfixed price category was a bit daunting. So we thought we would simplify it by qualifying by the commercial, more or less commercial status. So I think that's what I have for that.
Yep.
No.
Yeah, that's very helpful. And so participant qualification is going to be spelled out in the preamble of this final rule. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Okay, great. So I also want to talk about something that the chairman mentioned, and that this rulemaking talks about bona fide hedge treatment for pass-through swaps entered into by pass-through swap counterparties, which will generally be swap dealers. But swap dealers did raise some practical concerns when they commented that as to how they would be expected to satisfy the proposed requirement that they demonstrate upon request that they are eligible for bona fide hedge treatment because an offsetting position results from a bona fide hedge pass-through swap by their counterparty, their counterparty being the hedging entity. Accordingly, I think the final rule provides that in order for a swap dealer to treat a pass-through swap as a bona fide hedge, it must receive from its counterparty a written representation that the pass-through swap qualifies as a bona fide hedge. And then the dealer can rely in good faith on that written representation. I just would like for you all to clarify that that is in fact the case. Can you guys hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Dorothy.
Oh, sorry.
I can hear someone.
Lillian.
Hi, Lillian. I can hear you now.
Thank you, Commissioner STUMP. Yes, we, as I mentioned, the final rule agrees that is the dealer's counterparty, the bona fide hedgers, in this case, that would be the suitable party to determine that bona fide hedging status of the pass-through swap. So as you mentioned, the final rule does provide that the pass-through swap dealer can rely must receive from its counterparty a written representation that the pass-through swap qualifies as a bona fide hedge. But as you pointed out, the swap dealer can rely in good faith on that written representation. And of course, unless it has some sort of information that would cause a reasonable person to question the accuracy of the representation.
Right, thank you. I do believe that's a more practical outcome, and I appreciate that, so thank you for clarifying. So I think this question is probably for Jeanette. You may recall, Jeanette, that I had some reservations about this so-called 10-2-day process for commission review of applications requesting non-enumerated bona fide hedge exemptions. When we issued the proposal, I expressed concern that the 10-2-day review period was both too long for traders that needed to hedge and too short for the commission to undertake a complete review. I'd just be curious to know what the commenters said in regard to the 10-day, 2-day process. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Stump. Yes, this is Jeanette. So there were comments submitted that expressed views that the Commission's review period is too long, and there were also comments submitted suggesting that the Commission's review period is too short. Although I will say that generally, most commenters were supportive of the overall process.
Great. Okay. And I think that's a reasonable outcome. I'm happy that we're moving forward. I'm also pleased that you pointed out earlier that the final rule will allow a trader who requests a non-enumerated bona fide hedge that's approved by the exchange to rely upon that approval and in fact exceed federal position limits during the Commission's 2 or 10-day review process. I do believe that, well, not perfect, because that does involve some risk to the trader that we might disagree with the exchange. I do think that 10 days is an awfully long time for someone who has a hedging need to have to wait, and so they can now have the option of exercising that approval from the exchange during that 10-day review period. And I think this was a change that some commenters had requested. So I appreciate that you've already walked through that, and so I won't ask you to do it again, but I do think that it is an improvement. And then one question, shifting again, I believe Commissioner Benham brought up natural gas, and obviously the way we have historically treated natural gas is somewhat different from the other commodities. And so I just want to walk through my understanding of what we are allowing for natural gas and frankly what has changed in the rule from its proposed stage to its final stage, just to ensure that I have it correct and for the benefit of the public. So today, exchange set position limits for natural gas are 1,000 for the NYMEX physically delivered contract, and 1,000 each for the 3 cash-settled contracts listed on NYMEX, ICE, and Nodal. So this yields a total of 4,000 contracts in the spot month, 1,000 physically delivered and 3,000 cash-settled. By contrast, the proposal that set federal limits in the spot period for natural gas were 2,000 for NYMEX physically delivered contracts and 2,000 total for the 3 cash-settled contracts listed on NYMEX, ICE, and Nodal. This would have yielded the same 4,000 contracts in the spot month as we have today, although they would have been allocated 2,000 physically delivered and 2,000 total cash-settled. So the total limit for the 3 cash-settled contracts actually would have gone down from 3,000 to 2,000 contracts under the proposal. And so several commenters expressed concern with this result, and I was just hoping you guys could walk through how we have corrected that problem.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is Chang Jung, and your understanding is exactly correct. We did receive, as you noted, several commenters that objected to the proposal. And as I noted in the opening remarks, we are making some changes to that. Specifically, in the final rule, the federal spot month position limit levels for natural gas contracts will be 2,000 contracts for the physically settled natural gas contracts and 2,000 contracts for cash-settled contracts that apply separately at each exchange that lists a cash-settled natural gas contract. So currently there are 3 such exchanges, as you noted, NYMEX, ICE, and Nodal. As a result, market participants will be able to hold up to 8,000 exchange-listed natural gas contracts. Again, 2,000 physically settled and 6,000 cash-settled contracts. In addition, we also note that market participants will also be able to hold an additional 2,000 cash-settled economically equivalent natural gas swaps from the OTC swaps markets. We have several reasons for doing this. As you noted, this approach recognizes first the clusters of commenters, and also this approach recognizes the unique nature of the natural gas markets in that there is significant liquidity in the cash-settled natural gas contracts across multiple exchanges, which is frankly very different from the other contracts. And I think this kind of also touches upon a point that was made by Commissioner Benham. We are using the authority provided to us under the Dodd-Frank Act, under 4A7, to adopt this quote-unquote disaggregated approach to position limit levels just for the cash-settled natural gas contracts.
Right. Thank you, Chang. And I, as a follow-up question, I just want to clarify, is it fair to say that although the limit levels differ, the final rulemaking essentially adopts the same position limit framework for natural gas that exists today under the exchange set limit regime?
Yes, Commissioner. This framework for natural gas is taken from the existing exchange set framework, which has been in place for a number of years and which appears to have worked well based on our observations of that market.
Thank you. I will conclude my first round of questions with that. Again, thanks to the team. I very much appreciate your attention to all of these details.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Stump. Before we move to Commissioner BERKOVITZ, I just want to make a quick announcement, and that's that to reduce the amount of feedback that we hear during this open meeting, if a commissioner asks a question, when there's a response from staff, if the commissioner could mute his or her line, that will reduce the feedback while the staff is answering the question, and then unmute it to jump back in. And I would ask that staff do the same thing. So everyone who is not talking should have their line muted if at all possible. With that, I will pass it on to Commissioner BERKOVITZ.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I just may ask a technical question on that, does it make a difference whether I mute my phone or mute hit this mute button on the screen to mute it through my computer? Can I mute either one?
I don't believe it makes a difference. I myself have been muting my phone just because it's easier, or at least for me.
I will try to do that. Thank you. I like to begin. I've got several questions. I'd like to begin asking Office of General Counsel, either Dan Davis or Rob Schwartz. There was a discussion at the proposed rule, at the meeting we had on the proposed rule about the necessity finding and the scope of the Commission's interpretation and when a necessity finding is necessary. And in the proposed rule at our open meeting, in that colloquy, OGC gave the view, and correct me, OGC, if I misstate this, OGC provided the view that the necessity was finding was a predicate only for the Commission's establishment of federal limits, that the necessity finding was not required for a directive by the Commission to the exchanges, for the exchanges to establish position limits. Is that a correct statement of how we of what was at the proposal, and is that carried into the final rule, that interpretation?
Thank you, Commissioner. This is Rob Schwartz speaking. Thank you for the question. Yes, that's correct. The rule about exchange-set position limits was established pursuant to other statutory authority with a more flexible deferential standard to the Commission.
And so when we provide direction to the exchanges, not just to do it, but with standards, as that term is used in Section 4, we can prescribe standards, and the necessity finding is not required in that respect. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. As we discussed in the proposal, I have concerns about the fundamental interpretation that the necessity finding is required a predicate for the federal limits. I won't rehash that argument here. I make reference to it in my written statement as well as reference to the previous discussion. But I'm glad to see at least that it only applies with respect to federal spot limits, and it doesn't apply to our directions to the exchanges. So thank you, Rob, for that. I'd like to go back and ask the staff questions about spot month limits. And at the risk of repeating the presentation, Chang Zhang, in your presentation on spot month limits, I thought you had one of the most cogent and concise explanations for why we have spot month limits. Sometimes position limits are criticized, or that, well, we have rules against manipulation. Why do we need position limits? But could you just explain again, you mentioned it in your initial presentation, why we have spot month limits in addition to our rules against manipulations in the spot month?
Yes, thank you for your question, Commissioner. This is, in the spot month period, we are concerned about corners and squeezes in the market.
And I think you mentioned something about that the limits help ensure that there's insufficient gains from the manipulation to justify the costs. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. So with the please go ahead, Commissioner.
I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Just agreeing with what you had noted, specifically the way we had determined spot month limit levels and setting it specifically at 25% or below the estimated deliverable supply. Any economic gains that could result from the market manipulation would be generally insufficient to justify the potential cost of effectuating that market manipulation.
Great, thank you. And I think that's a really significant fundamental point as to why we have these position limits to begin with. That, yes, we have rules against manipulation, and after the fact, we can prosecute manipulation. But that's after the manipulator has disrupted the market and caused economic harm to other people, and we have to investigate and we have to prosecute. And we're all familiar with the difficulties that we have in actually litigating manipulation cases and how long they take. Now, they've taken actually literally decades to prosecute manipulation cases. We've had manipulation cases go on for 20 years. So if we have an effective way to prevent those harms to begin with, that's both the prophylactic measures as well as the after the fact work together to preserve the integrity of the market. And so these complementary mechanisms, the prophylactic as well as the post-event ability to prosecute violations has worked pretty well, and that's why our markets have integrity. So let me ask the staff, the chairman mentioned in one of the statements netting. I'd like to get into a little discussion on netting. Could the staff explain what netting is and what's the basic concept of netting in this context? We
Thank
allow,
you.
we allow for it.
Just to mute it. I'm going to turn that over to Stephen Hadar.
Thank you, Dorothy. Thank you, Commissioner BERKOVITZ. Yeah, so the concept of netting isn't unique in this final rule. It's the same as the proposal and the same as just consistent with market practice. As we define speculative position limits in the final rule, federal limits apply net long or net short. So you aggregate or add all of your long positions, and you aggregate all of your short positions. And in the non-spot months, everything that's on the same side, right, long or short, physically settled or cash settled, right, net together. During the spot month, federal position limits apply separately to physically settled contracts. So you net, that means you add together both sides, long and short for physically settled positions, and separately for cash settled positions. So during the spot month, physically settled and cash settled positions do not net. That means you do not combine them, either to add them together or to subtract them to one another. And yeah, that is consistent with the approach in the proposal.
Yes, thank you, Stephen. And let me read on that point that you just made about why we don't allow netting of physically settled and cash settled in the spot month. And I'll read from the preamble of the final rule here. Allowing the netting of linked physically settled and cash settled contracts during the spot month could lead to disruptions in the price discovery function of the core reference futures contract or allow a market participant to manipulate the price of the core reference futures contract. Absent separate spot month limits for physically settled and cash settled contracts, the spot month position limit would be rendered ineffective, as a participant could maintain large positions in excess of limits in both the physically settled contract and the linked cash settled contract, enabling the participant to disrupt the price discovery function as the contracts go to expiration by taking large opposite positions in the physically settled core reference futures and cash settled reference contracts, or potentially allowing a participant to affect a corner of squeeze. So basically, netting helps prevent manipulations because netting rules contracts that are different. If you permitted them to net, you could do one way to leverage one contract to leverage your position in another. Is that basically the concept here? You're trying to prevent that leverage because they're not identical?
Well, I think in the preamble, I think that's a reasonable point. In the preamble, I believe it's in a footnote. The example we gave is someone could go during the spot month, 100% short and 100% in cash settled and 100% long and physically settled, and that would net to zero, and therefore ostensibly in compliance with federal position limits. So I think that's the primary example that we use in the preamble, and that I'm just repeating right now on the public record the way we were thinking about it. So if that's consistent with your underlying assumption, then I'll say yes to what you just said.
Thank you. Yeah, and so there are the preamble in a number of other places, and the preamble also discusses netting, whether it's permitted or not. For example, the definition of a reference contract. What we define as reference contract is somewhat dependent on if it's a reference contract, you can net, correct? I mean, reference contracts are netted with each other. Is that correct?
So reference contracts are by definition subject to federal limits, and if something is not subject to federal limits, they're not a reference contract. And so yes, you can only net reference contracts with one another. Similarly, you're not required to add non-reference contracts to reference contracts for purposes of federal limits. So yes. So you're only for the equation. Yeah. Yes.
Correct. So and only economically equivalent swaps can be netted too. Correct.
economically equivalent swaps, not just any swap, but the defined term economically equivalent swaps that meet the criteria of that definition, yes, are a type of referenced contract, and therefore would be on futures or on an adjusted basis, would be required to be netted with other types of reference contracts for purposes of federal position limit compliance.
Now, there was a specific discussion. There's a specific discussion. Some commenters wanted to include commodity index contracts in reference contracts. And is it not correct that we've determined not to include commodity index contracts as reference contracts because of the concern if they were reference contracts, they could be netted, and therefore you could have a very long position in a commodity index contract offset a very long outright position in the futures contract, and net them off, and basically that would enable very large positions in futures contracts. So the netting considerations were one consideration why commodity index contracts were not included as reference contracts. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was one factor in the preamble discussion. That is correct.
Okay, so fundamental point being, I think, and if this is incorrect, that netting and whether contracts can be netted or not is really fundamental to this position limits regime. We've considered what should be a reference contract, the definition of economically equivalent swaps, how to treat commodity index contracts, and the difference between physically settled and cash settled. The netting considerations are all significant considerations on those issues, correct?
Indeed, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. So let me turn now to traded settlement contracts. Could you just describe what a traded settlement contract is? So we're going to be talking about it. I just want to make sure everybody is aware of what we're talking about here.
Yes, go ahead, Stephen. Apologies. So this is Dorothy. We're just back and forthing a little on the mute, so forgive us if there are a few moments of blank time. Trading and settlement at settlement contract is a contract whereby someone undertakes to buy or sell a futures contract. For example, I think you're going toward the WTI here, contract here in your questioning, a contract on that market, and the settlement price at the close of day will be the price at which it will be settled. And normally a trading at settlement contract will be bought before the settlement. Could be intraday or could be well before.
So if you're long the traded settlement contract, you pay the price of that contract. If you get the contract, you pay the settlement price at the end of the day. If you're short, you receive it presumably.
If you're long, you take it, and if you're short, you sell it, and the price is fixed at the end of the day settlement price.
And does the final rule address whether traded settlement contracts can be netted with the associated futures contracts? Can you net, for WTI, for example, can you net a TAS contract and an outright futures long or short contract?
There's an exchange rule that allows intraday netting, and the final rule does not address that. The final rule does not change netting of a TAS or TAS at all, as the chairman indicated in his comments earlier. That's something that that can be addressed in the implementation.
Okay, so this rule has no limitations, or doesn't address no limitations, no restrictions on netting of traded settlement. So a speculator can have an unlimited amount of traded settlement contracts and offset those with an unlimited amount of outrights. We have a spot month limit of right now 3,000 in WTI. It's going to go up to 6,000, graduated down. You can only have I'll just use the current limit until this is in effect, just for ease of discussion. 3,000. Right now, speculators limited to 3,000 long or short, but if they have TAS, they could have 50,000 TAS longs and 50,000 short outrights under the exchange rules, and federal rules don't preclude that.
The answer to your question is that this rule does not change it, and that is an exchange rule that is limited to intraday.
So I have a clarification.
Yes. I'm sorry. Please.
TAS is just an order type. So the contract is still it's the same contract. It's just a way of trading out of the contract or into the contract.
Yes, thank you. That's an important clarification that should be made. And there's no change in this rule to that order type. And if need be, there can be a change to that if coming out of, our WTI study or otherwise, that can be addressed in the implementation phase, as the chairman indicated earlier.
So we would not need a notice and comment rulemaking to address this problem? To address TAS, I shouldn't say this problem. Well, we'll get to the problem in a second, but you say we could address it in the implementation phase. Does that mean what does that mean specifically? We would not need to go through a notice and comment if we were to say you can't net, or you can only net, speculators can't net, or speculators can only net to this extent, or the exchange must do X, subject to our approval of their rule. Could we tell the exchange to develop a rule and not and have basically engage in a dialogue and tell them how to do it, or work with them on how to do it without notice and comment rulemaking?
So, Commissioner, I would answer the question as best as I can in this way. OGC advises us on notice and comment obligations consistent with the APA, and we follow their advice to ensure that we have as robust a rule in the final version as what we have. What I will say is, in connection with TAS and intraday netting, in connection with the WTI contract, which is, I think, kind of which is, I'm hearing, if I'm correct, is kind of the focus of this line of questioning, that we need to wait and see and make sure we understand fully what the results of our study on April 20th WTI markets are. I will note that we have briefed all the commissioners extensively over the past few months on where we are and answered questions, but we're not. Sorry, there's a fly that came by. This seems to be a theme. We're not in a position yet, and we need to wait and see what we come out and whether this is, as you indicated, a little bit earlier, is this a problem or isn't this a problem? And I think we don't want to prejudge, and I'd be hesitant to walk through, different hypotheticals when we're not just quite there yet in terms of finalizing a very, very important report that's subject to not only multi-divisional peer review, obviously has been outlined in sum and substance to each of the commissioners in individual meetings throughout the past number of months, and is in the process of being drafted and will be circulated to the commission, in the normal process. So I'd be hesitant to prejudge on that. It is possible that it won't be a problem. It is possible that it will be a problem. It is possible that, depending on what comes out of it, there will need to be notice and comment, or it's possible that there won't. What I will say is that this rule has been about 10 years in the making or so. We proposed in January, which is about 9 months ago. April 20th was about 6 months ago. So a good third of the way into the finalization process that happened, we've been working diligently to make sure we understand fully the elements of that and it is the view of the staff and certainly the chairman, as he indicated, that this position limit should just move forward, and that we can work with the results of our study and any needs or problems or not that are identified as that, and that's hopefully the best way I can answer your question.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the necessity to have the study on WTI before we devise a solution to whatever happened, whatever caused it, April 20th. We obviously have to act on the basis of the best available information. But let me just say a couple things. One is, right after the event, WTI event, there was a commentary on what might have caused it, and this is what we're looking into. And that commentary pointed to TAS, traded settlement. And regardless of what we find on WTI, traded settlement, the TAS issue is a known issue, and the netting issue on it was known. Now, when we proposed it in January, might not have been on the radar screen of anybody. This particular order type, there's a lot of working parts in the proposal in January, and I don't think it'd be appropriate to be critical of the staff in January or anybody or the commission. I don't think it's appropriate. I'm not criticizing anybody in January for not addressing TAS in the January proposal. The April 20th event came along, and public attention and speculation focused on what happened. And one of the things they focused on was TAS. And they focused on TAS not because anybody necessarily knew what happened, but TAS was a long-standing problem, and people looked at the published information about the order types and what was going on that day, and they highlighted TAS. But what they really did in that is re-highlighted it for us. So that April, we had the netting problem, the netting issue that we were talking about, that TAS doesn't net, has made TAS. Let me also just state at the outset that TAS is a valuable tool in the energy markets for many end users and many market participants to manage their price risk, so they can get that final price risk. They don't want to speculate on intraday trading. They want the final settlement price. TAS is a tool and an order type that enables them to get the final settlement price. It's been implemented in agricultural markets too, because it's been useful there. But where it's been implemented is and how it's being implemented and when you can use it, it has to satisfy certain conditions of liquidity. You can't trade it in the spot month in the ags. It's only up to the penultimate day in crude oil. So the exchanges have recognized that this tool is only really is best used under certain times, and it's also been abused. Like any of the contract, if it's not structured right, if you don't allow netting, that's why we have netting rules, because there's the significant potential for abuse if you don't have the appropriate rules that go with it. TAS, the potential for abuse is well known. Apart from whether it specifically caused the events on April 20th, we have had two manipulation cases on TAS in the past. We had the Optiver case, where we ended up with a $1.4 million civil penalty in Optiver. The manipulative, and this is from the CFTC's press release on Optiver, from 2008, the manipulative scheme involved trading a significant volume of futures contract in the opposite direction of the TAS position before and after the close of the contracts. The Shack case, a couple years later, specifically on each of the trading days, respondents established substantial net short positions in WTI futures through what is known as trading at settlement, contracts that are priced at the daily settlement price. Next, respondents intentionally traded a significant volume of long futures contracts before and during the 2-minute window referred to as the closing or settlement period of trading on the contract at close in an effort to improperly influence and affect the price of the WTI futures contract, including the settlement prices of the contracts. This strategy of heavily trading on one side of the market during the close is commonly known as banging the close or marking the close. We had 2 manipulation cases on TAS where they were doing this, and so it's well known. Professor Craig Pirong. Professor Pirong was on the EMAC for a number of years, and I've known Professor Pirong for many years. And when I first actually got involved in commodity markets and CFTC issues, and I was trying to understand the law of manipulation, I called up Professor Pirong because he had written some very helpful law review articles, and I had a number of questions, and he really helped me understand the law of manipulation. And I've always been appreciative of his help to me back in the days when I was on the Senate staff as to the law of manipulation. So he was the foremost national experts on the law of manipulation. He's been on the EMAC, as I stated. And last year he wrote an article. It's available on the web. I cited it in my opening statements if people want to look at it. And he labels TAS as a type of derived pricing contract. A derived pricing contract is where price of one transaction is used to determine the price of another. And he says this article explores 2 particular types of derived pricing: trade settlement contracts and another type. And with respect to derived pricing, he says, derived pricing creates the potential for trade-based manipulation strategies. Since the market using derived pricing serves only uninformed traders, whereas the exchange market serves both informed and uninformed traders, the price impact of trades is smaller in the derived pricing instrument than on exchange. This disparity in price impact allows a manipulator to profit by accumulating position in the derived pricing market and then affect the value of that position by trading the exchange market. He goes on, Section 3 of his article shows how the existence of TAS markets create manipulative opportunities and how such manipulations affect prices. This is Professor Pirong. He's one of the foremost authorities on this in the country. So TAS is a problem regardless of what we're going to find in WTI. Now, we may find in WTI if there was a problem there, we may find other things. I don't want to prejudge that or state what we're going to find before we find anything. But it's a well-known problem, and it was well known to us. We were reminded of it right after the events of April 20th. So it was on our radar screen of April 20th. I don't see why we didn't do anything. We haven't done anything about it. We haven't been more urgent on getting out the WTI report to be able to address that significant problem in this rulemaking. Now, in terms of the event itself, I think the event itself is an extremely significant event. I mean, it was $10 up to minus 37 down, back to $10 up. That kind of V-shaped trading is indicative of some fundamental problem, either structural problem or a manipulation, traditionally, without speaking to this particular event. But that's the classic sign. What you look for when you see that type of price aberration, you want to look at wow, what caused that? And we have that. And this was one of the most fundamental events in any of our markets in decades. I was thinking back when I was back at the CFTC the first time, the flash crash, the famous flash crash market, the flash crash event was May 2010. The event was on May 6th. May 18th, there was a preliminary report out excluding certain causes, and September 30th, we and the SEC put out a joint report. And those of us who have worked on joint things know how even more complicated working jointly to get out a joint document with another agency is. But we did a joint report with the SEC on the flash crash in the span of time that we basically had to analyze the WTI event. So this is a well-known problem the TAS and the netting of TAS, the absence of any restrictions on netting of TAS, we knew about it. We've known about it since April, and we've known that we need to get the WTI report done. So I'm just really disappointed that we're not addressing it here. Now, I am heartened. I'm encouraged by Dorothy, your statement, and obviously the chairman's statement that we can address this. There may be ways to address this, and without going through a full notice and comment rulemaking. That was my concern. Is we're in the midst of this notice and comment rulemaking. We just did the bankruptcy rule. The bankruptcy rule was proposed that we're working diligently on. Bankruptcy was proposed on April 14th, and in response to comments on the bankruptcy rule on September 17th, we put out a supplemental proposal because we wanted to get that rulemaking done, and commenters raised an issue. Commenters in this rulemaking raised the TAS issue, and if we had to do something in notice and comment, our opportunity is gone. But we could have. I believe we could have. So that's water under the bridge. We didn't. We're here today. It's not being addressed. And I'm encouraged, Mr. Chairman, that your words about we can do it, and I don't think without necessarily going to full-blown notice and comment. Obviously, the exchange could submit a rule to us, and we go through the exchange rule process. If the exchange were to submit a rule that we felt solved the problem, we approve the rule, problem over, problem solved. And that doesn't need an administrative proceeding by us. Absent that, if we need to take action, then if there's a way to do it without a full-blown rulemaking so we can get it done, quickly and ensure this doesn't happen, then I'm all for working towards that goal. But regardless of the procedure that we use from here on, I'm just committed to working with everybody, working with the Division of Market Oversight to do it, because it really is a fundamental issue on market integrity. We have netting rules. Many types of contracts are specified in the preamble about when you can net, when you cannot net. I commend the work you've done in those instances. A lot of thought was put into which contracts are in which set, whether you should allow them to net or not, for the very reason that we're talking about here with TAS. It's just that the TAS is notably absent from those considerations, and until we get it, until we get that aspect within these rules, our work is not finished. So thank you, and look forward to continuing to work with everybody. And if you see Dorothy, if you want to, want to give you the opportunity to respond to anything I said, monologue or long question, please feel free to do so.
Sure. I will just close by saying that, by saying that, we recommend moving forward with this very significant rule, and we recommend making sure that we get our study right and that it's reviewed through the various processes, and that takes a little bit of time and has been, we've kept the commission up to date on where we are in the time period. And I'll just leave it at that. I appreciate your comments, and we've heard them very clearly.
Okay, thank you. Well, this is my first round then. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner BERKOVITZ. So we will begin round two. The only thing I'll say, just is I'm not going to repeat myself, but just to make clear that this is a monumental undertaking. A little prop here for those of you, and this is double-sided. I care about our environment. 900 pages. So obviously, it's covered a tremendous amount of ground. There are going to be technical issues, and I want to make that clear, where we're going to have to interpret. So I would say that just because we said something, we didn't say anything about something, doesn't mean it's permissible or impermissible. I think that's up to us to render an interpretation down the line, and we may be informed by our studies on various things as to how we might go ahead and interpret these things as we implement it over the next couple of years. So while this is, again, the end of an arduous journey, that doesn't mean we're not going to do position limits. No, now we've got to implement the thing. and there'll be a number of questions raised in implementation, some of which, So it's gonna require continued work down the line, but having this framework in place, I think, is absolutely critical to us moving forward, and more importantly, for all of the end users out there, agriculture, energy, et cetera, to know that we now have a framework in place. I think everyone has asked such tremendous questions during the first round that I don't think I have any further questions. Except for one, actually. I think one of the benefits that I saw is while we're going to, I think, move pretty quickly to implement it, but at the same time provide some phase-in period. Obviously, January of 2022, and then finally for the swaps, January of 2023. But some of this, I would actually ask someone from DMO if you could remind me which parts will actually go effective within 60 days of the rule itself. Just because I think people out there may want to hear that. Is there anything in this thing that is beneficial to our producers, manufacturers, agricultural community that they can actually take advantage of before 2022?
Mr. Chairman, this is Stephen Hyder. I just want to, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so the effective date, and this is, first let me dispense with the legal formalities. The effective date of the entire rule is 60 days after publication of the Federal Register. And as you pointed out, we are offering kind of a compliance phase-in period, but let me directly answer the spirit of your question. That with respect to our commercial end users, farmers and ranchers, producers and processors and merchants, the new expanded and the new clarified enumerated bona fide hedges, for example, with respect to unfixed price transactions, that goes into effect upon the effective date. The new agricultural position limits for the 9 legacy agricultural products for federal purposes, again, goes into effect upon the effective date. So I think to help the commercial end users, again, I don't want to belabor the point, but I want to emphasize, as Lillian and Harry made so clear, right, the improvements that we're making to the bona fide hedge, enumerated bona fide hedges, they all go into effect on the effective date. And those directly apply to, again, the 9 legacy agricultural products, because with respect to the 16 new non-legacy contracts, we have a 1-year compliance phase-in period.
Terrific. Well, what I will do is then I will end my questioning on I am prepared to vote on the final rule, so I'll end my questioning here, and the balance of my time, whatever that is, can be dispersed among my 4 fellow commissioners evenly. So with that, I will turn it back to Commissioner Quinten.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't, I think, intend to even use my full amount of time, let alone dig into yours. If other commissioners have more that they'd like to ask about or express, I'll certainly give them that opportunity, and look forward to hearing that discussion, and appreciate the conversation so far, very much so. And I think I'm particularly interested in the prior discussion around the WTI contract and specific trading protocols. I guess just as a point of clarification, which is not necessarily to take a view on anything, but and I don't know who the best person to answer this would be, given that I'm asking about all of the prior proposals since 2011, but has the TAS trading functionality ever been addressed in any of the prior proposals or in the prior final rule that was vacated?
Commissioner Quinten, we are my team is confirming with us now, but what I can say is that it wasn't addressed in the proposal if I can ask you to just mute while I answer, it will help with the feedback. Thank you so much. What I can say is that TAS has been around for decades. It has, as an order type, it has tremendous benefits. It's used widely by all different participants in the marketplace. And what I can say is it was not addressed in the 2016 proposal and that commenters didn't raise it. I can also say that we're not aware of it being brought up in any of the prior proposals on position limits. I can also say that, as we all know, it was not specifically addressed in the proposal that we did on January 30th of this year, and nor was it, to our recollection, addressed in any of the commissioner or staff comments as we discussed that proposal in January 30th. So it is one of many order types that's been around for a long time. It's part of the market structure, and it's been around for a good long time. I think it became the focus of some attention in April, and I think we owe it to the marketplace in general to always be looking at the market structure of our exchanges and of contracts and of the various elements of that. Always to be thinking about that and considering that, but I also think it's important not to put the cart before the horse. And we think that, study evaluation findings or whatever the right word is for that, observations that come out of that study will inform you, Commissioner Quintens, and each of the other commissioners on this call as to what, if anything, should be any next steps on this rule or any others relating to that.
Thank you for that, Dorothy. I think if any particular trading protocol, has been such a negative issue as was, previously described, and only used, for abusive purposes, I would have expected, prior commissions and prior proposals to at least raise those issues or some other level of discussion of them. I think I would, agree with your view that you stated, and also state that, the Commodity Exchange Act doesn't require the CFTC to ensure that trading protocols can never be used manipulatively. Our standard for manipulation is not reasonably susceptible from a contract perspective, which is why we have an enforcement division. It goes after the improper use of trading protocols or trading behavior. And if a specific trading protocol, is used at one point in time, in a potentially negative way, I would expect that would be something that we would want to look at, but that is not necessarily something that deserves to be or is even appropriate to address in a final rule that has a market-wide focus. That is not the place to address the functionality on a particular trading day of a particular trading protocol, especially one that could be that has such a long history and wide and I think justified use case. The only other thing I'd like to mention is that I have complete confidence in the Commission staff to do a very thorough evaluation of what occurred in the market during April. And I think, as some, including I think the chairman, have publicly stated, which is very common knowledge, there was a significant confluence of extraordinary factors that was occurring on that day and during that time period. And the other issue that I think is important to bear in mind, because we're talking about position limits, and because we're talking about setting limits that balance the factors that Congress put into the CEA on liquidity, the liquidity in that contract, in the May WTI contract, on the penultimate trading day, was incredibly thin, as it usually is during that trading time. And in my view, the best way to make or to promote the integrity of any contract and try to ensure its protection against manipulation is through increasing the liquidity. So I think we have to understand that not only was there a confluence of factors that was occurring on this day, in which any extraneous issue, a confluence of fundamental factors of supply and demand and potential physical physical constraints to technical positioning, that we have to understand that all of those things, if they weren't present, may have precluded any other issue outside of those from having any impact. In addition to the fact that liquidity was so thin that I think it calls into question, just as I described with the palladium contract, one of the most severely set position limits that's out there, which had seen a very significant sustained price move over time. I think all of that goes to say, it's important to view position limits themselves as one part of the regulatory tool set to add integrity to markets, and there are certainly others, and I would expect the Commission to use all of its tools, including its research functionality of the Market Intelligence Branch, as well as the other capabilities that we have to understand and, if necessary, hold anybody accountable for activity that we feel we need to. So I don't have any other questions, but I don't share the view that this is something that needs to be addressed here. And I don't share the view that because we are not addressing this issue here, this rule needs to be delayed, because I do have the view that if there are extraneous factors that this research that the Commission is doing, the staff is doing, raised to the level of recommendations, there are plenty of other ways through interpretations, rule enforcement reviews, or subsequent actions that the Commission can take to express those views and act on those recommendations. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Quintens. Commissioner Benham.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Two, maybe 3 or 4 questions, but 2 buckets of areas. First, I want to start with bona fide hedging. And for the team, I asked a question in January about the 10-day period, specifically for non-enumerated bona fide hedging and the sort of process that would occur between the market participant, the exchange, and then any notification to us, subsequent notification to us at the Commission. There's this 10-day period. Can you explain how the review periods changed since the proposal and what we'll be voting on today?
Thank you, Commissioner Benham. Yep, I'm here. Thank you, Commissioner Benham. This is Jeanette. So from the proposal to the final rule, the actual timing of the review periods remain the same. So there will be a 10-day review available to the Commission where a market participant has filed their application prior to needing to exceed federal limits. And there will continue to be a 2-day review period for the Commission where a market participant has filed a retroactive application due to sudden and unforeseen circumstances or increases in their bona fide hedging needs. What has changed under the final rule is now a market participant, once they file their application ahead of time, they are able to exceed federal position limits after an exchange approves their application and during the Commission's 10-day review period. And they can do this at their own risk because there is a risk that during the Commission's 10-day review period, the Commission could deny the application. And if the person has exceeded limits, then they would be required to reduce their position. In addition, another change to the Commission's review period is under the proposal, although we give the Commission authority to stay in application under the streamlined review process, we did not impose a time limit on how long the Commission could stay could stay in application. So now under the final rule, the Commission is limiting its authority to stay in application to 45 days.
Thanks, Jeanette. Appreciate that. And this is something I kind of struggle with, I think, from a policy perspective, but help me think about it in a different way and what makes you and the division comfortable. But essentially, based on everything you said, and you used, I think, and I might be paraphrasing, but sort of at their own peril, but the idea being that a market participant can take a position that ultimately is determined to be outside the scope of a true bona fide hedge after this review period, and that the exchange approves, essentially then putting that market participant outside or in violation of the position limits rule because of that lag between the time the position is taken and then ultimately the determination by the Commission. I guess, in short, is that true, or is that hypothetical possible? And if it is, can you help me? Is this truly sort of caveat emptor? You're at your own risk here, and you'll suffer the consequences if you decide to go forward, or what makes us now in the division feel comfortable that this is the best process to put forward, considering what I think is a little bit counterintuitive of essentially allowing a market participant to take that position without a decision being made.
Thank you, Commissioner Benham. This is Jeanette Curtis again. So to your first question, yes, it is very possible that someone could exceed limits during the Commission's 10-day review and then ultimately have the Commission come back and deny the application. And so, however, the reason why we decided to permit this additional flexibility is because we heard loud and clear that market participants felt that the 10-day review period may be too long in some circumstances, and we wanted to provide them the option to, if they feel firm enough in their understanding of their bona fide hedge and also in the exchange's approval of their bona fide hedge, then they are allowed to exceed limits during the Commission's 10-day review. And so we wanted to try to balance market participants' needs for a little bit more flexibility with the Commission's need to actually have time to make its independent determination and either deny the application or let it move forward. And so I think at least with the proposal and also now with the final rule, I think what we're saying here is that we feel very confident in the structure that we put forth in terms of requiring exchanges to use the Commission's bona fide hedge definition when they're conducting their analysis, such that we expect that exchanges, which have been doing this for many, many years, will do so prudently. And so we're balancing, market participants' needs for flexibility with our expectations that the process will be carried out prudently, and also with our need to just basically have time to review it and make the ultimate decision as we see fit.
Thanks, Jeanette. That's helpful. I certainly hope the process and the way things play out meet our expectations. And I certainly would look forward to working with the division to ensure that the process is working as intended, and if it needs to be tweaked in one way or another. I know, as always, we're always staying on our toes and making sure that we're doing what's best for the market in terms of the flexibility which you suggested, and I think that's important, but also not creating a little bit of too much of a window for folks to violate rules or not really fulfill the spirit of the rulemaking and ultimately the regime that intends to protect markets. Last question, if you don't mind, and Jeanette, I think this might be for you as well. You and I have had this discussion, and I believe you mentioned this in the staff presentation about spread transactions. If you could just talk through, and I think I asked a question about this in January at the proposal phase, but the difference between what we originally voted on back in January and the final rule, and how the definition has changed. And ultimately, I think from a practical perspective, will more transactions be able to be caught within the the spread transaction umbrella, given any changes that the division has made in this final draft.
Thank you, Commissioner Benham. Yes, this is Jeanette again. So just to level set, under our existing regulations in Section 150.3A, the Commission generally allows for spread or arbitrage positions to be self-effectuating, meaning the Commission does not have to approve those types of exemptions. And so what we tried to do in the proposal at that stage, we tried to adapt a regulation that would provide a little bit more granularity to the specific types of spread exemptions that we understand to fit within the spread or arbitrage category. But our intention really was to be consistent with what we already have in our regulations, which is generally allow spread or arbitrage positions as those types of positions are permitted under the statute. And so in the proposal, we tried to cast a broad net, but of course we put forth comments, requests for comments from market participants on if we missed anything. And commenters provided us with some very helpful suggestions on how to expand the spread transaction definition so that it actually more accurately captures the various types of spread exemptions that exchanges are granting today. So with that, under the final rule, we are expanding the spread transaction definition to include intra and intermarket spreads, as well as intra-commodity spreads, and those terms were not included in the proposed definition of spread transactions. In addition, under this final rule, to respond to the various comments we received about, does this particular strategy fit? Does that particular strategy fit? Instead of drilling down on all of those particular specific examples in the preamble, we decided to add a new Appendix G, which provides some additional guidance to both exchanges and market participants as to the types of spread exemptions that would fit within the spread transaction definition, as well as just different considerations and core principles that exchanges should consider when they're granting those exemptions.
Thanks, Jeanette. I appreciate that again, and appreciate your sharing the process and the dialogue that occurred between January and now to come up with what you believe is the best proposal, the best language for this rule that we're going to vote on. And certainly, like the previous issue with the non-enumerated, it's important to listen to the constituents and what we did right or wrong. But certainly, again, like I said earlier, look forward to working with you and DMO staff to ensure that we got this right and we didn't go farther than potentially we needed to, given the sort of market dynamics and what the end user community needs. That's all the questions I have. Mr. Chairman, I'll just make one quick note based on what Dorothy said and sort of responded to with respect to the TAS trades. I asked a couple questions about the WTI events, and I think, although directly or indirectly sort of made my feelings, I hopefully made them clear in my first round of questions, but I do appreciate Dorothy's responses. As she noted, TAS trades they're an order type. They are effective in many respects and have been used by market participants for years, but certainly given the events of the spring, regardless of the sort of market dynamics at the time, it was a pretty remarkable market movement, one I don't think we've ever seen in such a short period of time. So as the division continues to work on the report and any conclusions or findings that they may have, I certainly look forward to working with them and all of you, my fellow commissioners, to take the right action, whatever it may be or may not be, to mitigate anything that we find to, again, support transparent, fair, and orderly markets. So that's all. Thanks again to the division for your work, and I'll pass it back to you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Benham. Commissioner Stump.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I actually don't have any additional questions. In lieu of a closing statement, I'd like to just offer a few closing remarks with regard to position limits now, if that's okay. I want to take this back to a really positive place because I think that's where we've landed with this rule. In the months since we proposed this rule, we've heard from all corners of the marketplace: agricultural interest, energy interest, managed fund advisors, the dealers that provide liquidity, just to name a few. And they've all voiced support for the fundamental architecture of the position limit framework that we proposed. That support stands in stark contrast to the serious concerns they had expressed about the several previous position limit proposals put forward by the Commission during the past decade. So I think we've refined this to a place that it is certainly not perfect, but in a far better place than it has been at any point in the past. After nearly a decade of trying, we stand on the cusp of amending the Commission's position limit rules. Before us is a thorough and well-reasoned final rulemaking release that considers the extensive comments that we've received, not just in proposing this rule, but over the past decade. And it clearly presents the Commission's rationale in addressing those comments and adopting the rules in the form that is presented today. The fact that this release is before us less than 9 months after we issue the proposal, in the midst of a pandemic no less, is a tribute to the dedication, perseverance, and analytical capabilities of the professionals in the Division of Market Oversight, the Office of the General Counsel, the Chief Economist Office, and someone who has repeatedly and constantly demonstrated commitment and stamina for this issue, and many others, Terry Arbit, who I have the privilege of working with every day. Their work on this rulemaking has been nothing short of amazing. My fellow commissioners and I have each publicly committed that we would work to finish a position limit rulemaking. We made this commitment in each of our confirmation hearings when asked by the Ag Committee. The time has come to fulfill that commitment, and I am pleased to support this final rule so that those who rely on these markets might finally have some clarity as to what is expected. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks again to the team.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Stump. Commissioner BERKOVITZ.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to make a quick remark on the previous topic, and then I want to move on to my second round on the non-enumerated bona fide hedge process. And I'm going to use the same prop, Mr. Chairman. This is the 896 or whatever it is pages, and it's a considerable document. This whole document is designed to prevent, and the whole reason we're doing this is because the directive in the Commodity Exchange Act to prevent excessive speculation. Because excessive speculation, as Congress has found, causes unwarranted price fluctuations in a commodity. Certainly the events of April 20th were an extraordinary price fluctuation. The type that these rules are designed to present. Now, whether April 20th was caused by or could have been remedied by a by a position limit, we'll find out. But we have a situation, and which is not addressed in those 900 pages, where speculators are allowed unlimited length of contracts, positional length of contracts in the spot month in crude oil contracts, and on a well-known mechanism for manipulating the market. Call it an order type, call it a technical issue, try to call it what you like, but speculators have unlimited ability to exert market power and influence on that settlement price. Absolutely no limitation. And there's 900 pages of that document. It doesn't address it at all. So I think it's more than a technical issue. I think it's a fundamental issue. I look forward to continuing to work to address it. Let me turn to the non-enumerated bona fide hedge process. So I'm going to focus my remarks on right now on what's technically the 150.9 process. There's two processes in here. I think the staff has explained. One is you can come to the Commission for a non-enumerated bona fide hedge, or you can go to the exchange for a non-enumerated bona fide hedge. And let me just back up a bit. Enumerated bona fide hedge, non-enumerated bona fide hedge. We've just spent 10 years or so in a very thorough, iterative process with the market participants, and I believe a very productive process. And I want to commend the staff for working with commercial end users and end user community on the bona fide hedge process, and to really adapt the rules. And one thing that this rule does is it adapts the rules to the markets that the rules cover. And I was here previously, and frankly, when we initially did these rules, we took the ag market model and tried to expand it into non-ag commodities, and commenters said it just doesn't really fit. And we've spent years, literally years, adapting our bona fide hedge definition to the markets that we're addressing in this rulemaking. And I want to commend the staff, and I want to say that I've enjoyed working with the end user community on accomplishing that objective, and this rule does that. And it does, I believe, in a fairly comprehensive way. I mean, we looked at, there were numerous petitions saying, here's all the circumstances we need to address, here's the practices, multiple iterations going back, I don't know, 2014, 2015, 2016. I was in my office the other day, actually went downtown into the office. It was rather nice, and looked at the stacks of comment letters I had, because it's all printed out there, and I didn't want to kill a few more trees and printing it out at home. And that dialogue has been very, very productive. So I'm somewhat at a loss to know, like, well, what did we miss? Why do we need a process after we've been through that basically says, okay, we've made our determinations, now you get to make yours and put on your positions, and then after this public process, basically have this 10-day review or 2-day review of how they think we got it wrong, and to put on positions in violations of our limit that we have not recognized as bona fide hedges. Now, they can come to us and ask for permission to do it prospectively, and they can't put the position on until we approve the petition, unless there's sudden and unforeseen circumstances, or they can go directly to the exchange. And if you go to either the exchange or us, and there's, quote, sudden or unforeseen circumstances, you can put the position on and then ask for permission retroactively. Is that correct?
Hi, Commissioner BERKOVITZ. Thank you for the question. Yes, that's correct.
One of the concerns I have is what's a sudden or unforeseen circumstance? Basically, everything in the market to a certain degree is unforeseeable. I mean, that's why you hedge in the first place, because you don't know. If you knew what was going to happen, you'd lock in, or you'd make a killing, basically. But in an efficient market, nobody knows what's going to happen. You don't know whether the price is going to go up or the price is going to go down. Hedging protects you against that unforeseeability. So in a sense, everything is unforeseeable and sudden. I mean, everything is sudden in these markets too. I mean, things happen on real time. People spend their whole lives looking at these screens, wondering what's going to happen from one second to the next. So what do we mean in this rule by sudden and unforeseeable that would justify somebody putting on a position in these circumstances?
Hi, Commissioner BERKOVITZ. This is Jeanette again. So I think you're right. There are many circumstances that could come up and warrant, sudden or unforeseen increases in hedging needs. We do not provide specific examples about what that looks like in the preamble. We leave that to exchanges and the market participants to determine. And it very well may be the case that, many of these applications get filed on a retroactive basis due to that fact, which is why we actually provided this option, because we recognize this is a very real world scenario where oftentimes there are sudden and unforeseen increases in bona fide hedging needs.
In that regard, do you anticipate, because elsewhere, I forget exactly where in the document, there's the Commission indicates that we expect this type of circumstance to be rare and granted only occasionally. Do we state a view, or is there a view as to whether this sudden unforeseen is a very rare circumstance, or is it no, we actually mean it to be very useful, and if it could be actually quite common and frequent that somebody would be able to take advantage of the sudden and unforeseen circumstance? Is it a broad interpretation or a narrow interpretation is what I'm trying to get at.
It's a broad interpretation. Commissioner Berkovitz, this is Jeanette, and I will also just also defer to my colleague Harry Hild after this. But, the reason why we even propose this option is because we think that it will be very useful. So that's the underlying purpose. But what we do say is that generally we expect that reliance on the non-enumerated bona fide hedge process relatively to other exemption requests that are being made under the enumerated processes, we expect that people will only be relying on the non-enumerated processes in rare circumstances, or we don't expect that we will be inundated with these types of requests, especially given the increased limits that we are in the process of finalizing, as well as in light of the expanded enumerated hedges that we are in the process of finalizing. And I just want to pause in case, Harry, if there's anything else that you want to add.
I guess I could add a little bit of flavor for the history that we've had. These non-enumerated processes, mostly for unique and special things that are very few and far between. But that said, we are broadening the list of commodities subject to federal limits quite a bit, so that we just don't know what is out there. I would just say that the uniqueness here would be that it would tend to be very rare, and I don't expect that we would be inundated based on past experience. Although, and sometimes there could be an unforeseen situation with respect to shock to supply, where a particular hedger may, have lost some capacity or some physical marketing channel changes, and again, those are very unique, very few and far between, and very specialized.
Well, are we talking about here a quantitative sudden unforeseen? In other words, they've got their hedge application and they're allowed, a hedge of up to a certain number, and then there's some unforeseen circumstance that they have to go from 3,000 to 4,000, or is it there's some other actually qualitatively different type of practice, like they have some fixed price contract that doesn't fit within any of the fixed price contract, hedging treatment that we provide in the rule, and they say, oh, I need this wholly different type of hedge that you haven't given permission for. So is it a quantitative exception, or is it also like a qualitative that we think we have this novel type of hedging practice? It would seem that the latter is what you've just described, Harold. That would be rare, but quantitatively maybe it's more frequent. Does it cover both or one or the other?
I would say there are situations where it certainly could be quantitative, and we've talked with a lot of the commercial participants, and they always are advocating for flexibility. I think this is another way for us to provide flexibility to the extent that they do suddenly have some extra needed capacity, which was unforeseen.
Okay. Now, if either this retrospective application, and they get 5 days, right? The applicant gets 5 days after putting on the position to apply. Is that right?
That's correct.
There's also both for these retroactives. It was mentioned in a previous Q&A, I think, or in the staff's presentation, that ultimately, if this is denied by the commission, either this or the prospective one where you go to the exchange, not a retrospective application, but prospectively under the 10-day review, the exchange approves it, and then you put it on after the exchange approves it, before we approve it, and then we deny it. In either case, if there's a denial by the commission at the end of the road, and the position is on, and we tell them, get down in a commercially reasonable time, there's a statement in there that says that we won't enforce the violation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there still technically is a violation, and there's still, when they have a position on either a retroactive application or what the exchange is authorizing is they go to the exchange and the exchange says, yes, what the exchange is saying, under our rules you can do this, and then it gets kicked over to us. But until we say it's okay, either we say it's okay or the review time lapses and we don't say it's not okay, they're still in violation, right?
That's correct. It would be a violation of federal limits. However, what we're saying is the commission is in the process of voting on the fact that it will, in its prosecutorial discretion, decide not to pursue enforcement violations in those circumstances so long as the application was filed in good faith and also so long as the person reduces their position within a commercially reasonable time.
In this context, what do we mean good faith? The good faith conditions that I'm most familiar with in our regulations and sort of generally, for example, we have, swap dealer compliance, good faith, as long as you're in good faith trying to comply with swap dealer procedures. We also have control person liability, which is actually a statutory good faith exception, that the control person is not liable. A person who controls another person in a corporation is liable for the actions of the person that reports to them, except if they had good faith procedures to try to ensure compliance, or they weren't actively encouraging them. So there's a good faith exception to control person liability, but we have good faith in our swap dealers, and other instances we have exercised prosecutorial discretion. If somebody was trying to comply with the law but didn't make it. In this situation, what's confusing to me is they know they're out of compliance, and they think that they should be allowed a type of hedge that we have not yet approved. And they say, well, we interpret the Commodity Exchange Act, or your regulations, 150.2b, I think is the citation, the definition of bona fide hedge. We think it should be interpreted this way. But they're in violation. Until we agree with that interpretation, they're in violation. So it's like a good faith belief as to what the law should be rather than what the law is. They're not trying to comply. They're trying to get the law changed to recognize it. So what is good faith as long as they get a letter from a law firm saying, this is a reasonable interpretation of 150, the definition of bona fide hedge, even though the commission has disagreed in the past, we think it's reasonable. I mean, so what is good faith is my question under these circumstances.
Thank you, Commissioner BERKOVITZ. This is Jeanette again. So, what we say about good faith in this standard is we apply a reasonableness standard. And so what we say in the preamble is so long as the person has a good faith basis for applying for this bona fide hedge and analyzing and determining that their position comports with the bona fide hedge definition, then effectively they have met this particular factor. And so, to your point about, at the end of the day, it'll be sort of a standoff between someone saying, well, this should be a bona fide hedge versus us saying, no, it's not a bona fide hedge. Ultimately, the commission has the final say and the final determination about what is or is not a bona fide hedge. And again, we've decided that we're allowing some flexibility here in withholding, enforcement actions under these circumstances. So we're exercising our prosecutorial discretion to not pursue those particular enforcement violations. But what I will say is that, this is not some fuzzy standard where we're shooting in the dark here. The bona fide hedge definition, as it's outlined in Section 150.1 of the rules, is very clear in terms of the criteria that it sets forth for the types of positions that meet the bona fide hedge definition. And so once the applicant actually does its own analysis and says, we think this is a bona fide hedge, it doesn't stop there. It goes to the exchange where we have exchanges that have tremendous experience analyzing positions to determine if they meet certain exemption criteria. And the exchange is also conducting an analysis about whether or not this position meets the bona fide hedge definition. So, at the end of the day, we are permitting this flexibility under the rule. It is a policy decision to withhold our, prosecutorial efforts or to pursue these particular violations. But we are granting some flexibility in using this reasonable standard about, filing the application in good faith.
Commissioner BERKOVITZ, I think your line is muted.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Thank you. No, I want to say I appreciate it. I might have drawn the line a little differently. Not that we shouldn't have prosecutorial discretion under these circumstances. Not that every, if you have a process where they can submit it retroactively, if you're going to prosecute it every time you deny it, it may have a deterrent effect, and it may not be an effective, retroactive process. On the other hand, if you say every time we're never going to enforce it, or under this good faith standard, whatever that means, you may be letting in too much. So I would entrust our Division of Enforcement and the Commission to make the appropriate call on a case-by-case basis, which is traditionally how we do these things. I want to point out in this regard one comment that we sort of didn't really follow fully. CME. Under the CME process, the current retroactive application process the CME has, they have this retroactive process. They commented to us, and I want to be accurate, in the proposal we said neither the CME nor the CFTC will prosecute violations, as long as they were submitted in good faith, even if they're denied. CME commented and wrote back and said, no, we want the ability to go after certain violations in this regard. Let me just read you what CME said. Further, a proposed rule, and I'll omit all the parens and cites and whatever, provides that a DCM or the Commission would not consider a person to have violated a position limit even if the application for a retroactive exemption is denied. CME Group disagrees with this approach. Today at the exchange level, CME Group considers firms to be in violation of a position limit if they exceed a limit and the exemption application is denied. We believe the Commission should implement this standard rather than permitting the proposed grace period for denial of an exemption application. Otherwise, market participants with excessively large speculative positions could exploit the grace period accompanying an application for an exemption and intentionally go over the applicable limit without consequences, all the while disrupting orderly market applications. In our experience, the prospect of having an application denied and being found in violation of position limits has worked to deter market participants from attempting to exploit the retroactive exemption process. So, I mean, do you believe that our good faith exemption could accommodate all the concerns, or how we interpret the good faith exemption and the discretion that we retain? Let me put it this way. Do we retain sufficient discretion in how we apply the good faith exemption to address the problem that CME has identified? You shouldn't just give out blanket passes to people who violate limits when their retroactive applications are denied. Is the good faith exceptions still give us flexibility to have this deterrent effect?
Thank you, Commissioner BERKOVITZ. This is Jeanette again. So, there's two things I want to say here. First is, in analyzing whether or not the application was filed in good faith, this is something that the Commission will ultimately determine. So, yes, we do retain sufficient authority on that front to make that determination and to still have some prosecutorial discretion as to whether or not we will pursue that particular enforcement violation. The other thing that I want to state is that we received CME's comment, and it was very helpful to us, and we took their points very well, which is why in the final rule, one of the changes that we're making from the proposal is that in Section 150.5, which deals with exchange set limits and exemptions therefrom, we are now allowing exchanges to, in their discretion, pursue these types of violations if they see fit. So in the proposal, we had a blanket statement that neither the Commission nor exchanges would pursue position limits violations, but per CME's comment, which we thought was very helpful again, we're allowing exchanges to continue to have discretion to pursue those violations if they see fit. So it does address the CME comments.
Yeah, okay, I appreciate it. And I would just, I think the approach is that if we're going to have this good faith exception, that it be interpreted in a manner that would not enable what CME has identified, as intentionally going over the limit without consequences, if there's disruptions, and if they exploit the retroactive process, that we still have enforcement discretion and flexibility to go after a violation under those circumstances. It's not a blanket get-out-of-jail-free card if you do this retroactively. So I appreciate the answer on that. I want to turn now to another aspect of this process, and that's the time limit for Commission review. Under the processes that are outlined here, the 10 and 2-day review, the first time the Commission is notified that either somebody's over the limit or basically that somebody is seeking to go over the limit or has actually gone over the limit under the exchange-based process, which is 150.5 and 150.9, is when the exchange grants or denies their application. So both instances, it goes to the exchange first, the application goes to the exchange first, and then it comes to us after that. That's correct?
That's correct.
And for prospective, we get 10 days, and retrospective, we get 2 days, correct?
That's correct.
The current process, we get 30 days, right? Under non-enumerated bona fide days, we get 30 days?
That's correct.
Okay, so my concern is this 10 days is incredibly short. Particularly if you have to think about, which we would have to do under this process, the process if we decide to deny it. If the Commission affirmatively wants to deny it, we have to give the applicant notice and opportunity to respond, correct?
That's correct.
And if we do nothing, if we can't get our act together, so to speak, by the end of the 10 or the 2 days, if that period lapses without Commission action, it's approved. The action is approved if we just don't say anything. Is that correct?
Yes, the application is deemed approved after the review period expires, but the Commission is not necessarily required to make a final determination during that review period. The Commission also has the authority to stay the application if it needs additional time to review the application. But at the expiration, if we haven't said anything, you're correct. The application is deemed approved.
And a stay requires an affirmative Commission action. You'd need 3 votes to do a stay.
That's correct.
Okay. So my concern is the shortness of this period. So, as we were discussing the rule, I said, we had this discussion, and I appreciate the discussion. Why maybe we could get this information sooner. Why can't we get it at the same time the exchange gets the application? So if we got the applications, we're going to get it. Let me put, again, foundationally, when the exchange makes its decision under the way the rule is drafted, it sends to us the application and along with, as part of the materials on as to their decision, and they also send the application to us, correct? That becomes our record at that point, right?
That's correct.
So question is, why can't we get the application sooner? If they're going to apply to the exchange, we can get a heads up and say, oh, okay, this is coming down the pike. There's a possibility we might have to deal with this, down the road. Let's get the DMO staff. Let's get people thinking about this thing, because we're going to have this really compressed review time frame. If we got this application in earlier, all the more better for us to be prepared and be able to get this up to the commission rather than this cramped 10 days. I think anything in this matter, even if it's 5 days, we're increasing our, time by 50% or whatever it is. So we could double, triple the time. We could really use this time well. Also, retrospectively, like 2 days. I mean, that's just, I don't know how we can do anything like that in 2 days. So anything that will give us more information sooner to give the DMO staff the opportunity to think it over, to prepare, basically, would be helpful. Also, to tell you the truth, I think it would be extremely valuable for DMO and Market Intelligence Branch on these retroactive applications, or somebody's, or prospective, retroactive. If somebody's over the limit, we ought to know it immediately. That seems to me, we have our enforcement capabilities and our surveillance system is now good enough that we can spot violations in real time. And and I believe we've had recent enforcement cases where we've done that. We spot these in real time. So it's somewhat of a, if our surveillance people are watching these markets and spotting violations, they see a violation, they say, oh, so-and-so's over the violation. We call up the exchange and say, do you know so-and-so's over? We call up the person, say, oh, you guys are over, you got to get down. And they say, oh, well, we've got an application in already to the exchange for exceeding the limit. And that sort of wastes our time and our resources for MIB or Division of Enforcement to be monitoring and trying to spot these things real time. When somebody's gone over and they've got like the waiver or whatever, the non-enforcement thing, and I think it's really beneficial and can serve our monitoring resources. If we know when people are going to go over, if we've got we got to be concerned about what the effect of their position on the market is. So the earlier we get the information, the better. So I'd like to, I think maybe this is the appropriate time to offer an amendment to the Mr. Chairman or Mr. Secretary procedurally. I have an amendment to the text of the preamble to request the voluntary concurrent submission of non-enumerated bona fide hedge applications to the Commission at the same time they're submitted to the exchange. And the amendment would actually ask the exchanges to provide the information to the Commission. And for those listening, let me just read it. I think it's important. Furthermore, the Commission would consider it to be a reasonable and helpful practice if exchanges elect to provide information to the Commission on non-enumerated bona fide hedge applications as the exchange is considering such applications. That is, the Commission would find it helpful to receive an advance courtesy copy of any 150.9 applications the exchange receives. The exchange is not, however, required to provide such advance copies and would not be required to obtain an opinion on such applications from the Commission before making its determination. Rather, providing such application information as the exchange receives, it could facilitate a more rapid Commission evaluation of 150.9 applications. This would help facilitate additional regulatory certainty for market participants and would aid the Commission in its review of applications under 150.9. This is written in. Sorry.
Go ahead. I was just going to ask. Yes, go ahead.
Am I in order to talk about this yet, or do I?
I think what we have to do, what I would suggest we do is I ask whether there's a second for the motion to amend, and then if there's a second, then we'll open up the floor for you to just explain a little bit more your rationale for it, and then I will open it up to the other commissioners, and then we will take successive votes, I think, on the amendment and then on the final rule.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
So is there a second for the motion to amend?
Second.
Okay. The motion to amend has been made and seconded, so it is now before the Commission for discussion along with the original motion, the final rule as unamended. So Commissioner BERKOVITZ, would you like to go ahead and speak first, and then I will open it up to the other commissioners.
As I said, this is simply a request to the exchanges to provide us with this information voluntarily. Now, I discussed this issue with the staff and without revealing internal deliberations unnecessarily, but I said, why can't we, we should get these applications at the same time. And so in developing, working with my office to develop language, one of the aspects that was pointed out to me is that this is a request for information. There's a Paperwork Reduction Act requirements, and whether we could, it wasn't in the proposal and it wasn't in the Paperwork Reduction Act evaluation, and whether this was an information collection requirement, if we require them to provide it, whether it's an information collection requirement subject to Paperwork Reduction Act. And to avoid that potential issue, this is drafted in the request language, not the exchange shall, but please exchange, send it to us as soon as you get it. It'll make our life a lot easier. It'll help the process go smoother. You don't have to, but it's certainly going to help us out a lot. And I'm confident, based on our excellent working relationship with the exchange that we have regarding this and other things, that we don't need the heavy hand of the thou shall, just saying, please help us out here and give it to us. We'll get the job done. So I'm confident the language will work in practice, even though if you read it, it's somewhat stilted coming from a regulator to a regulated entity, but it is the way it is because of just the procedural thing of getting it in this rule. So I think it would be helpful for us to get the information as early as possible, save our resources in trying to spot these violations or excesses, violations, whatever. When they occur, if people can tell us, if we have a general policy, people should tell us when they're violating. Why shouldn't this be an issue? So I would hope that we could adopt this amendment to just facilitate this review process, which is under an extraordinarily tight time frame.
Thank you, Commissioner BERKOVITZ. So now I'll open the floor. I will do so in seniority, but if it's all right, I want to hear what all my other fellow commissioners have to say about this, and then I may say something at the end before we have the vote, or the two votes. Commissioner Quintens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the first time since I've been on the commission for 3 years where we've had an amendment offered to a final rule. So, if Mr. Chairman, if I could just ask you again what the protocol is for considering this. You're just going to go through seniority order of the remaining commissioners, and then we'll call for a vote. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think we've come to the end of our sort of position limits 2 rounds, but now there's another motion before us, so I think we want everyone to get a chance to talk about this motion, and then we will go ahead and vote on this motion. If this motion fails, then we'll go ahead and vote on the rule, the position limits rule, as introduced. Or if this motion, the motion to amend passes, then this will amend the final rule, and then we will vote on the final rule as amended.
Okay. Thank you. I guess let me start by saying I have great respect for all of my colleagues, including. Of course, Commissioner BERKOVITZ, and believe he's offering this amendment with the best of intentions, as he describes. His office did forward this language to my office, and I believe to the commissioners last evening. So I appreciate the opportunity to have a little bit of lead time to look at it. However, best intentions aside, to me, while it's cloaked in reasonableness, I believe sincerely that this could actually be something very detrimental to the rule and to the process. I strongly disagree with it, and again, it's not to impugn anyone's intentions. I'm speaking to the potential impact of this as opposed to the intentions of it. I think it's completely unnecessary. I think it's highly inappropriate. And I think it has the potential to be very harmful from an unnecessary perspective, I think we've already built into this rule the idea that if the staff feels like they need more time, there is a stay provision that would allow the commission to extend the review period by up to 45 days. I don't know why that's insufficient. And I think that goes, that point combined with the many other points I'm going to make, I think makes a pretty compelling case against this. I know that if I was on the commission and staff asked for more time to review the appropriateness of a very complicated hedge, a non-enumerated bona fide hedging request, I would be happy personally to vote for that. And that is why the process exists for a stay, as opposed to some other workaround to, quote, get a head start that, you know, I don't believe has enough guardrails around it or is guaranteed to be used with integrity going forward. From an inappropriate perspective, I can't remember another time in a rule where in the preamble we suggested it would be helpful for a registrant or set of entities to do something, but yet we're not requiring it in the reg text. The function of a preamble of any rule is meant to speak or interpret the rule text, and that is it. It's not meant as a place for the commission to make unrequired requests of entities or create a wish list for information. And nowhere is there a discussion in the rule text of a requirement for exchanges to submit this information. So, you know, while it's only phrased as a recommendation, I think we all agree that the commission is not a consulting firm. We don't make recommendations to people. We pass rules, we pass regulations, and we pass interpretations of that rule text. If the commission needs more time to review this, either it should have contemplated that in this final rule, which it deliberately did not, or we can subsequently use the stay provision going forward. I will also like to point out that you know, the criticism of this process aside, in the 2016 proposal that was passed under a Democrat chairman, the exchange was given unilateral authority without any oversight by the commission or expressed approval or rejection by the commission to grant non-enumerated hedges. So this actually goes much more beyond that by allowing for a commission review process. From a potential to be harmful aspect of this, which is hard for me to say because I don't want it to impugn the staff in any way, because I have such faith and confidence in them, and I have seen all of the good work they do, and I believe that they are honest brokers. You know, I think that there is always a chance that information that is passed to the commission in advance of an exchange's determination could be used to allow the staff, at the direction of a future DMO director or at the direction of a future chairman or chairwoman, to express a view to the exchange about what they should do. And that flies in the face, to me, of using the exchange's expertise in this process and only reviewing those cases that are so significant that it requires a commission vote to overturn. From an APA perspective, I have some problems with this. The 10-day period in the reg text is described as a review period. It is not described as a decision period. So if we're giving staff additional time to review an application, you know, does that accelerate the 10-day period, or does that conflict with the idea that a review has to be completed within 10 days? You know, it is called a review period specifically. It is not called a decision period. It would seem to me like the reg text intends for the review and potential action of the commission to be conducted within a certain within a certain time frame. And I think Commissioner BERKOVITZ recognized this was not in the proposal, No one has been given a chance to comment on this. For a lot of reasons, I would hate to see something like this. While it could be used positively and beneficially for the staff, and there is language in here that would, let me see if I can read it, that the exchange is not required to provide, would not be required to obtain an opinion on such applications. There's nothing that precludes the Commission from expressing a view to the exchange in advance of it, the exchange making its own determination. The language at the beginning says the Commission would consider it to be reasonable and helpful practice if the exchange is elected to provide information to the Commission as the exchange is considering applications. I would hope that means that if an exchange didn't do that, it's not being considered unreasonable and unhelpful. But I think the opposite of this language would suggest that. Lastly, this says that this would help facilitate additional regulatory certainty for market participants. And that providing such application information as the exchange receives could facilitate a more rapid Commission evaluation. So a more rapid evaluation only impacts an end user, someone that has been granted a non-enumerated hedging application by the exchange, if the Commission acts to overturn it. So are we saying that this would be beneficial to the marketplace because we could more quickly overturn the exchanges? So I have some trouble with that language. And I think just back on the prior point I made about the safeguards around this, if it's possible, I'd like to ask Dorothy DeWitt, our DMO director, a few questions. And Dorothy, I guess, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but if it's kind of possible to answer these as a yes or no to the best that you can, that'd be great. Would you, as the DMO director, ever use this information or direct your staff to use the information that would be provided by an exchange under this amendment to communicate with the exchange in advance of their own decision to either influence it or describe a potential recommendation that the staff would make to the commissioners if the exchange granted the exemption?
I am the current DMO director, and I believe that those decision-making processes are separate. The exchange makes its decision, and then in the time period, 10 days or as extended or 2 days, the Commission reviews and makes its decision. But as you mentioned, I'm here now, and there may be other people at other times in the future that may have a different view.
Yeah, thank you. So I would assume, but feel free to answer that if there was that kind of level of communication, it would seem to be inconsistent with the intent of our rule, which, as you describe, creates independent processes. So I guess my final question would be, which is something I know the answer to, and I think you just said it, I don't think you're in the position to guarantee me that every future DMO director or chairman or chairwoman would take the same approach as you. If that's the case, I think this language gives me enough pause that I would rather any discussions that need to happen with exchanges happen outside of any implied requirement that's being described as a request. I guess lastly, Mr. Chairman, since this is the only amendment that we are addressing today, I think, which I think is significant, that this is the only issue upon which we are considering changing the final rule. If it happens to pass, I would hope that means that the people that vote for this would embrace this process, and that this is being offered to move this process to a place where it can be fully supported. So with that, I'll yield back, and I'll be respectfully voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quintens. I'll just go through, and if you don't have any comments, that's fine. Commissioner Benham.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I am happy to support this, and I thank Commissioner BERKOVITZ for putting this up as an amendment. Maybe I'm looking at this too simplistically, but it is voluntary. It's in my view, I look at it from the lens of the exchange, and in the process in reviewing non-enumerated bona fide hedges, and an opportunity for the exchange and the market participant who's participating in our markets to have an opportunity to create more clarity and certainty in the process. This is not going to be in rule text. This is going to be in the preamble, so it's not subject to any APA issues as far as I know, but I'd welcome, if I'm wrong, if anyone from OGC wants to comment on that. And again, emphasizing the voluntary nature of this, if I'm an exchange and I have this 10-day period and there's the possibility that there's a non-enumerated bona fide hedge that is unique and bespoke, and they feel like having the commission a little bit advance notice so that they can begin the review process, I think that's a positive thing for both the market and ultimately the end user who's trying to create certainty for their risk management program. So again, thanks to Commissioner BERKOVITZ, and I'm happy to support the amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner Benham. Commissioner Stump.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel some responsibility here to point out that there were two issues of most importance to me. I have many issues within this rule that I care about, but two of particular importance, and that was, in fact, how we were going to define the parameters around what is a bona fide hedge. The Commodity Exchange Act says we cannot apply position limits to things that are bona fide hedging transactions or positions. So I spent a great deal of time trying to ensure that the definition of, or the elements of things that might be considered to be bona fide hedges in the enumerated list could be updated and account for things that are fairly common hedging practices within the markets that we regulate. So my hope is that in the event we need to rely upon the exchanges to help us in considering non-enumerated bona fide hedges, that we've narrowed that universe. But nonetheless, it is going to happen. There will be instances that the list of enumerated hedges do not cover things that are legitimate hedging. And so the exchange will initially review that and make a determination, and subsequent to that, the CFTC, the Commission, will review what the exchange has, what decision they've arrived at. But ultimately, the responsibility still resides with the Commission. So even though we've worked hard to narrow the universe of things that will be required to be designated as non-enumerated bona fide hedges, when we proposed this rule, the second element that I spent a great deal of time working on was the 10-2-day review process, and I was somewhat critical. I expressed a concern that the 10-2-day review period for non-enumerated bona fide hedges was both too long and too short. Too long for market participants who have immediate hedging needs, and too short for the Commission to conduct the requisite review. It's a real challenge, and there really is no perfect solution. In an attempt to minimize the too long predicament, the wait time for hedgers, the final rule before us has been modified to provide an option of utilizing the exchange's approval of the non-enumerated hedge exemption during the limited Commission review period. Albeit, as some have pointed out, there are risks associated with that we may require them to get out of those positions if at some point we disagree with the exchange's determination. In my view, Commissioner BERKOVITZ's amendment seems designed to address the other concern I expressed of the Commission review period being too short. Too short to consider the relevant circumstances related to the exchange's recognition of the applicant's request. I would have preferred to have adopted a path forward similar to what was in the 2016 proposal, where the exchange made the determination and we oversaw the exchange through our normal course. And But that is not where we are, and I'm not going to argue that point any longer. We are where we are. We have a 10-2-day review process of the narrow universe, I hope, of non-enumerated hedging strategies. So in my opinion, Commissioner Berkovitz's amendment would facilitate the review by encouraging early notice from the exchanges. And I think it complements the changes we've made to addressing the concern with regard to hedgers needing to have immediate access to these hedging exemptions upon approval by the exchange. I want to just frame this in a certain context. It's the way in which I view many things. The exchanges and the CFTC have a long history of an open dialogue. We talk every single day where position limits are concerned and many other things. And I believe this amendment serves to further such coordination going forward, and I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Stump. Now that all of the commissioners, except for myself, have had a chance to weigh in, I do appreciate, in particular, I appreciate everyone's comments. They all make sense to me. I guess Commissioner Quintenz's concerns, I think, are probably the most reflective of my own point of view. But that said, I guess I want to ask a much more simpler question to you, Dorothy. Let's suppose that it is really helpful that from time to time staff get, information in advance. Noting very clearly that you said that staff should not use that information to somehow insert themselves in the exchange process, but really the point of having the commission look at it after the exchange has made its decision is to keep those processes separate. But that said, it may be helpful every now and again for our staff to know that something's coming down the pike, to be able to think about it and then present this commission with a decision. Is there anything in our rules that would actually prevent you, knowing that you talk to the exchanges every single day, or at least DMO staff does, by saying, hey, if you guys see a non-enumerated hedge application come down the pike, and you're likely to grant it, it's going to be before this commission, would you mind sending us a copy of that, when it's ready, so we have a few extra days in advance, so we can prepare, so when it does come to the commission and there's that separate process, we'll be better informed. Is there anything preventing you from doing that in our final rule?
There is not.
Okay. All right. So I guess where I stand is some of the concerns that Commissioner Quintenz raised, I'm very sympathetic to those, but I also don't necessarily see why this is necessary. If ultimately we're going to say, hey, this would be helpful, I think that can be done, by our DMO staff in the normal course of things. But that said, I do appreciate the discussion, and I ask the question: is there any commissioner not prepared to vote? Okay, so we will then have two successive votes, one on the amendment and then the second on the final rule, depending on what happens with the vote on the amendment. So, Mr. Kirkpatrick, would you first please call the roll for the amendment offered by Commissioner Berkovitz and seconded by Commissioner Benham on the final rule. So the amendment to the final rule.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion now before the Commission is on the approval of the amendment as offered by Commissioner Berkovitz to the position limits final rule. Commissioner Berkovitz.
Commissioner Berkovitz votes aye.
Commissioner Berkovitz votes aye. Commissioner Stump.
Commissioner Stump votes aye.
Commissioner Stump votes aye. Commissioner Benham.
Commissioner Benham votes aye.
Commissioner Benham votes aye. Commissioner Quintenz.
Commissioner Quintenz votes no.
Commissioner Quintenz votes no. Chairman Tarbert.
Chairman Tarbert votes no.
Chairman Tarbert votes no. Mr. Chairman, on this matter of the amendment to the position limits final rule, the ayes have 3, the noes have 2.
Okay, the amendment hereby passes. Now, Mr. Kirkpatrick, would you please call the roll for the final position limits rule for derivatives as amended?
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. The motion now before the Commission is on the adoption of the final rule as amended on position limits for derivatives. Commissioner Berkovitz.
Commissioner Berkovitz votes no.
Commissioner Berkovitz votes no. Commissioner Stump.
Commissioner Stump votes aye.
Commissioner Stump votes aye. Commissioner Benham.
Commissioner Benham votes no.
Commissioner Benham votes no. Commissioner Quintens.
Commissioner Quintens votes aye.
Commissioner Quintens votes aye. Chairman Tarbert.
Chairman Tarbert votes aye.
Chairman Tarbert votes aye. Mr. Chairman, on this matter of the final position limits rule as amended, the ayes have 3, the noes have 2.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The ayes have it, and the motion to adopt the final position limits rule as amended is hereby approved. Now I'd like to give my fellow commissioners an opportunity to make closing statements in reverse seniority order, starting with Commissioner Berkovitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to really start off by acknowledging all the work of the staff on this rule. It seems like yesterday, this is my 4th time on a position, well, 5th time if you can count the proposal on the position limits rule. I've gone through 5 of these proceedings now, 3 of them from the staff perspective, and now two from the commissioner's perspective. I have a deep appreciation for all the work that the staff has put into, I won't hold it up again, that 892-page document, I think it is, and in the time they did it in, and agree with it or not agree with it on the policy considerations. I remarked to my staff the other day that it's a well-written document. I read the document. To adopt the policy arguments that it does and takes the position that it does at the direction of the commission, it's well executed. Let me put it that way. And so I commend the staff on their execution of the policy direction as they've been given. Some fundamental concerns with that policy direction, but that should not detract from the work and the professionalism that has gone into that document. So I really commend DMO and the Office of Chief Economist and Office of General Counsel, Division of Enforcement staff, all the detailees that went into working on this project, really a cross-divisional team. And I have my highest regard. The document does what is intended to do, agree with or not the policy considerations. Also express my appreciation to the chairman and my fellow commissioners for the dialogue on this. This is one of the more contentious issues that we've had, but frankly, if contentiousness at the commission looks like it did today in terms of the level of the debate, civility of the debate, we're in pretty good shape. So I think we've disagreed, and we'll move on. And in that regard, I want to say, point was, I think with all the respect and whatever, but there may have been perhaps unintentionally a question left hanging in terms of the purpose of the amendment and what's intended to do and how it might be executed in the future. While I disagree with a lot of the policy outcomes in the rule, this rule, if any other rule that the Commission enacts or that I'm entrusted to as a commissioner and upholding the oath to enforce, I'm going to work as hard as I can to make all our rules as effective as possible, not just at the time of promulgation, but at the time of execution. And although I may disagree with the provision here or there, once it's on the books, I take my obligation to faithfully execute the law very seriously. I hope that the amendment that was accepted today will improve the situation, but in no way is it intended to be a Trojan horse undermine the process. What you see is what you get in terms of my intentions on that amendment. So going forward, we'll have to work on some of these processes, as the chairman has indicated. We pass the rule, and with so many of the rules, we then go ahead to implement it. New issues will arise, and old issues are still there. And we'll go ahead and deal with all those. So with that spirit, I'm looking forward in the days ahead to addressing unresolved issues and implementing our responsibilities as we see fit. So I thank all my colleagues as well. I think, as I said, to conclude, one of the most contentious issues we faced, still in a collegial manner, is a testament to the strength of this commission, and I appreciate that, as well as the professionalism of everybody involved. So thank you very much, and look forward to working together on this and other issues.
Thank you very much, Commissioner BERKOVITZ. Commissioner STUMP.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will make a very short comment. Reasonable people have for a very long time debated and sometimes disagreed as to how best to interpret the policies Congress entrusted us to carry forward in the Commodity Exchange Act with regard to position limits. These are very complex and sometimes divergent responsibilities, and so we have to acknowledge that there will always be disagreement with regard to position limits. That said, I just want to echo the things that Commissioner BERKOVITZ said. I do feel very privileged to work with people who can disagree respectfully, and I always enjoy having the discussion, even when I may not agree with my colleagues. So thank you all to the Commission and the team and my team for all of the work that's gone into getting this across the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stump. Commissioner Benham.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief as well and echo a lot of the comments that Commissioner Stump and BERKOVITZ made. Certainly, first and foremost, I want to thank the staff, certainly from DMO, Dorothy and her team, but also OGC and the chief economist for all their work and others that were involved. This has been a long process, and as I said in my opening remarks, I think the Commission should be proud to have finished this rule. And although I am not in favor of the policy that we voted on and passed today, I will absolutely, in echoing Commissioner BERKOVITZ's comment, I care about this very deeply, and I think this is something that we all take very seriously. But the Commission voted to approve this, and I'll do everything in my power to follow through and hold the rules and what I swore my duty to fulfill here as a Commissioner at the CFTC. So regardless of our differences, it's always a pleasure to engage and to discuss these issues, to have differences. And, like I said earlier, the friction of our differences will, I think, hopefully produce better outcomes. And I'll continue working with everyone to hopefully produce better outcomes as we monitor the markets and see how this rule works and continue to do our job going forward. So thanks again to everyone for their work, and send it back to you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Benham. Commissioner Quintez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me join my colleagues in thanking them for the quality of the debate and how privileged I am to serve at this agency with them and with this staff in a place where passionate debate does not necessarily, and I think has never, since I have been here, meant personal animosity. We debate passionately, our views on policy, and believe with integrity in our own positions, but also believe that each other are acting with the integrity, with the similar integrity in advocating their views. And I think today was another great example of that. Commissioner Stump mentioned this before. I remember well sitting as a nominee in front of the Senate Agriculture Committee and was asked a question about whether or not I would commit to finalizing a position on this rule. And my quote was short, but I would like to read it because it said, yes, I would commit to finalizing the position limits rule. I'm very happy to have fulfilled that commitment today, making a commitment under oath to a Senate committee, probably the second most significant thing I have done besides taking the oath of office for this role, and I'm very pleased to have fulfilled that obligation. Mr. Chairman, let me thank you for your leadership on this issue. It is nothing short of extraordinary to have gotten the proposal in front of the Commission in January and then finalized it in even better form here in October. And so much of that credit is due to the incredible team that has been working on this with the number of people you have mentioned. And my personal thanks to them. Let me, as always, thank my staff, Kevin Webb, Margot Bailey, and especially Peter Calls, who has worked tirelessly on this issue, going through it line by line, analyzing each provision, bringing issues to my attention, allowing us to engage on each of them with DMO, and I thank DMO for those conversations, and fully preparing me for today. Thanks to him, thanks to the team, and again, thanks to you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you so much, Commissioner Quintans, and thank you to all my fellow commissioners, and thank you to my staff, to the CFTC staff, and I also wanted to acknowledge two individuals on my in my office staff, Charlie Thornton and Andrew Ridenauer, who have been working on this literally since they started working with me here at the CFTC, getting a sense from stakeholders what would be so important, particularly those of you in the real economy. I agree with everything my fellow commissioners have said about that not only the outstanding preparation and presentation by our staff, but also the level of discourse at the commission. I think the CFTC is really a place that is cutting edge. As I said yesterday in an interview, we deal with everything from corn to crypto. Really an important agency, but at the same time, I think we can demonstrate to the rest of the world, to the country, regardless of what's going on outside our agency, that we truly function like adults in the room. We have integrity, we have civil discourse, but ultimately, regardless of where we come out, we care about the country, we care about our derivatives markets, and we care about our obligations. So I truly believe that today demonstrates the fact that we really are the global standard for sound derivatives regulation, our vision statement for the agency. Before I close and entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting, two more things. Number one, there are thousands of people out there either watching or were listening earlier today that want to get their hands on a copy of this final rule to go through it. We're going to put that up as soon as we can. Obviously, it just got amended, so we're going to put that language in, but my goal is to get it out as soon as it's ready so everyone can start going through it and reading it. Second announcement I'll make is we've had 2 open meetings this month, and so you might say, wow, there were some years where the CFTC just had 2 open meetings in the entire year. But guess what? We're going to have another open meeting next week. And all that I'm going to say about it right now is that this open meeting will be like no other open meeting the CFTC has had in its 45 years. So that's the teaser. With that, there being no further business, I would entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting. So moved. Thank you. Those in favor of adjourning the meeting will say aye. 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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Once again, I'm truly grateful to the CFTC staff for their outstanding work. This meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you.